are live.
Holy cow. Welcome everybody to a special Thursday night PM in the PM. No, same bat channel, same bat time as usual. However, welcome to PM in the PM episode 100, whatever you want to call it. It is the big 100th episode of PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. Man, oh man, what a day to have this show on. Talk about just feeling good, man.
Yeah.
Nostalgia kicking in. Obsidian Fire kicking in.
Yeah.
Got what looks to be just a freaking gorgeous grand strategy game coming in Ara. We even got a date for Hellblade. And surprise, surprise, Xbox's new best friend Square Enix even showed up today. Holy cow, what a day, everybody. God, I love these days, Mav. I was so jealous not to be here, but we're going to talk about all of it and then some. You might even get a rant here for episode 100. I've got some things to say about some portions of this community, as you all know. But man, oh man, what a day. PM in the PM Thursday. It is January the 18th, 2024. And before I get to my sidekick, let's just start this off the right way because it is episode 100. And you know what that means, everybody. You know what happens. You know what happens when you show up on these shows over here. You just know what's going to happen. And guess what? Bold Alpha Wolfpack, he couldn't even contain himself, Mav. He said, you know what? We're not going to wait till the show starts. We're not going to wait until Pong and Mav get on camera to get the hype train rolling a little bit faster. He jumped on board before we were even in the engine. And he started shoveling coal early. That's right. Bold Alpha Wolfpack dropping bombs, coming in with the sacks of coal because he said, God damn it, Mav and Pong. Well, I'm not going to have ads on this show for episode 100. I'm not going to have you guys selling beans, coffee, straight from Colombia on this episode. That's right. Mav might try to sell you some nerds later, but that's a whole different thing. Listen, y'all. Bold Alpha Wolfpack coming in with a couple of easy bombs. That's right. He got on the court early. He came in with a dunk to start things off. A one-handed jam with the $10. 10 gifted subs, I should say. 10 tickets to the hype train. He got us up to Mach 2.5 right out the gate. He brought your goal for January down to 2,847 right out the gate, everybody. That's what he did for y'all. But he said that's not enough. No, we're going to push this to Mach 2.75 for episode 100 before you guys get rolling. So he came in with an easy layup on the court. That's right. He just finger rolled that sucker right through the net with another easy 5 bomb, showing you all how it's done, bringing the goal down yet a little bit more. 2,842. That's right. He is keeping it real out here. He says no ads for this channel. He says we just want to hear more talking than actual people trying to sell us nonsense here on the Fun Speculation Network. Thank you, Bold Alpha Wolfpack, for getting the hype train to 2.75 early on episode 100. That's what we like to see. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Special choo-choo. Oh, and the color continues to rain down here, chat. Again, if you guys want to follow this stuff up, it's very easy to do. If you saw us adding cars already, if you were seated with that 4-point harness on at Mach 2.75 already, and you said, you know what, I want to add to this hype. Bold Alpha showed you how it's done. And guess who else? Alvin came on in here because we don't discriminate. You don't have to buy tickets. We added 15 people to the show, right? We just added 15 people to the Speculators hype train. But Alvin said, you know what? I'm not going to buy tickets. I'm just gonna shove coal right down your throats. And he came in with a big old mother bomb of 50. That's right, 50. And even though it's not subs, again, we don't discriminate here, chat. This is a channel about good discussions. We're not gonna have nonsense going on here. We're gonna have good discussions, and we're gonna treat this show with the respect it deserves. So guess what? Even though he didn't buy tickets, we're now up to Mach 3.5 because of Alvin's 50 bomb. That's right. Alvin came overhead with a stealth bomber and gave it to us early. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Alvin, appreciate you. And again, if you want to follow it up, you've seen how it's done. You feel like you got that ticket to the hype train and you want to give it back to somebody else, feel free. And if you can't do that, you know what else we appreciate here on the Fun Speculation Network? Because it's all the same to us. Hitting that like button, taking 20 seconds out of your day to go ahead and share us out and bring some more people into the Fun Speculation Network during the golden age of gaming, during episode 100 of PM and the PM. That's why we all love you, chat. That's why we do. Keeping this show ad-free, coffee-free. That's right. That's what it's all about here. And your goal, I'm going to give Alvin for that big old mother bomb, that big old 50 bomb. I'm going to give you guys some extra credit. We don't do that often here, but I'm going to give you some extra credit. That goal now just dropped down to 2,790. That's right. That's what we just did for y'all. That's right. Your goal is getting smaller as we speak because of your generosity. Thank you all for being here. What a start to the show. And again, anybody starting to listen to us new, we're just riffing off of real e-beggars. We don't e-beg. Nothing's expected here. We love you all. Chat. No matter what you guys do, we love you all. Nothing but respect for you, all you showing up. And I see the chat flying already. What a special day, Mav. Let me get to my co-host, the one and only, the CEO of the Fun Speculation Network, the man who is bringing us worldwide as we travel at Mach 3.5 on the hype train. He is getting the Fun Speculation Network out to those 2 billion, 3 billion gamers as we speak. That's right, the one, the only, Fun Speculation, a.k.a. Mav, my brother from another, episode 100, sir. Dev Direct today.
What a day.
What's going on with you, man? You guys had a great stream earlier. As much as I could lurk, I was. You guys had great conversations. What a happy day, man. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, dude, I've been looking forward to this day for a while. You know, episode 100 here, celebrating a little bit of the show, but also, you know, we have the Dev Direct that happens to fall on the day. You know, it's just absolutely perfect. I think. I appreciate you, Alvin. I appreciate you, Bold Alpha Wolfpack. You guys fucking rock. Everybody in this chat fucking rocks. Thank you all for being a part of what we do here on Fun Speculation, and also especially here on PM and the PM, because this is a little bit of a time to sit back and just look at, hey, we made it to 100 episodes, Pong. And I gotta say, just before we get into all the stuff, right? Before all the Dev Direct stuff and all these things, I appreciate you, bro, 100%, because I reached out to you. You were already busy. You're already doing a lot of shows and stuff, you know. You're already doing Ultimate. You're already on Shop Podcast. You're already doing Living Split Screen. At the time, you were still doing Xbox Factor Podcast. And I was like, I wanted to do a 2-person show, and I really wanted you to be there, but like I wanted somebody else to have a chance to have the host seat, to take that spot. And I reached out to you first, actually, not really thinking about that 100%. I was like, would you be interested in doing another show? Like I like you're like one of my bros, and like I would love to do a show with you because I think you're fucking amazing at podcasting, first off. And you said yes, and I was like just super excited. Then I was like, you know what? Like, do you want to take the captaincy? Do you want to host this thing and run the show? And you were like, yeah, let's do it. And 100 episodes later, we're fucking here, man. And I gotta say, like, you do an amazing job. I think one of the best people in the community by far. Up there, the upper echelon, maybe at the top. But also, you are amazingly talented at talking games, running the conversation, all this stuff. And I am super lucky to have you a part of everything we do here, and that you said yes to doing the show, put us also leading the show. So
I love,
super,
brother, you know.
Appreciate you, man, because it's special. It has a different flavor than a lot of our other stuff that we do here, and it means a lot to me. So 100 episodes later, bro, we're still here, and I hope we
Yeah.
have 1,000 more.
We're kicking it. And as the chair, I should have read off Elvin's super chat, but I didn't because I got too
Yeah, I got
into
too distracted.
character. So as Elvin said, along with the 50 bomb, he dropped a little note too to us, and he said, as promised, with an extra 10 spot for the anniversary, 2024 is going to be amazing. It is already starting out amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Elvin, for sure. But brother, no, I appreciate all of that, and I'll just add, and I'll let you get on with your intro, but. Again, you guys, the whole Fun Speculation family knows how special you all are to me and what you guys have meant during the pandemic, during all that time when I jumped into all of this. You guys were some of the first that I met. You guys were some of the first to invite me on the shows. You obviously were one of the first to get me on your panels full time. Again, everything, getting to know all of you as friends, as people that I consider my extended family, which I don't have a lot of, is again something that's with me for the rest of my life. And this show in particular, PM and the PM, when you hit me up, I was doing, was already had a pretty full slate. But when you invited me, there was no way I was going to turn it down because, just like you, getting to do a show with Steel on Saturday morning, just him and I, and then getting to do another show with another one of my brothers from another U right here on the Fun Speculation Network. It means everything to me because I love these two-way conversations. I love big panels too. I love having different perspectives, but I love the two-way engagement with two of my favorite people, and that includes you, sir. And so there's nothing but love and respect forever from me for everything that you've done for me and giving me the chair and having the confidence that I could do it when I hadn't ever done it before. And yes, you still do all the behind the scenes stuff, which is the stuff that I have to learn how to do now.
Kate does most
but yeah, well, I know, but you do it during the show. But anyways, just taking over the chair, you having the confidence in me coming here and doing the show with you, means the world to me, brother, and it always will. And again, these memories that I'm creating here over the past 3 years, and that includes everybody in the chat, all the stuff that we've been through, the guests that we've had on, through those 100 episodes, are memories that I know I will have when I have that flashback during my last minutes on this earth. I know that it will be a part of it because this is extra special. So thank you all for being a part of it. You, Mav, especially Caitlin, everybody in the Fun Speculation Network, and the family, and especially the chat as well. So thank you all for joining us again. But thanks, Mav. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
brother.
appreciate you, man. Ooh.
So what have you been doing, Mav? What have you been doing? I saw you had a Mav cast, which you haven't done in a while. You did a Mav cast the other night. That was great. You've been playing a lot of games. I know that. You've been playing some games, and you had your show today for the Dev Direct. Anything else been going on? Anything special catch your eye that you've been playing or anything like that?
I mean, I tried Prince of Persia. I've been playing a little bit of that. I'm not super far into it, but I am really digging it. It's my kind of game. So I love where that's going. Other than that, to be honest with you, man, I've been playing a lot of Fortnite. Yeah, I'm still we kind of when they dropped the new chapter, they really hit the nail on the head with a lot of things that I actually kind of wanted them to do and kind of go back to some of the old school feel for the game. And they kind of nailed it, and I've been playing a lot of it, bro. I've been playing duos with Kate. I've been playing solo by myself a lot. We're getting some wins here and there. I won, I think, 4 games yesterday. It was pretty fun. Just having a blast with that right now. And that's fine. I got the Gambit skin the other day because it was back in the shop. Kate got Rogue, so we were playing as Gambit and Rogue, which was pretty awesome. But yeah, other than that, man, Prince of Persia, I've been playing Grim Dawn on PC on Steam a little bit. And that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty much it. I do kind of dabble and play this and that here and there. But those are kind of the main things. And honestly, the most I've been playing recently is just Fortnite. I do like battle royales. I like Fortnite, and sometimes it gets its hooks in me, and I'll go on these spurts where I play a lot of it. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm in right now.
Happens, man.
Yeah,
it's not gonna be too much longer. Listen, chat. I know. A lot of times people show up to these shows and you want your hosts and your panel members to be playing the latest and greatest and tell you all this stuff. But let me tell you, the Fun Speculation Network, Living Split Screen, the Shop Podcast, this little community that we've got going here, most of us do this where we will talk old games because we wind up going back and playing older games or games that have been out for, that are extremely popular, like Fortnite, obviously, but have been out for a long time. You're not always going to hear the latest and greatest here. But that's how we game, because again, it's not about just what's popular.
Yeah.
It's not about the what's new and fresh. Yeah, well, right. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Talking wise, like right, conversation
it's not
wise,
right?
To
talk Fortnite.
Right. Not unless you're a streamer, obviously. But the point being is that you're going to hear a lot of this, but that is coming to an end in the next couple of weeks because the list of games that I know for a fact Mav's going to pick up, that I'm picking up, that Steele's picking up, that others in the fam are going to pick up. We're going to be talking a lot of new stuff coming up in the next couple of weeks because there is a slate of games coming. Insane. So, but no, Mav, that's awesome. For me, I posted it. I hopped back into Dragon's Dogma this week. I'm starting my playthrough. I just decided, again, I'm going to be sidetracked here coming up in the next couple weeks, but I'm going to see how far I do get in Dragon's Dogma. I want to get a playthrough done again before Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out. So I restarted up Dragon's Dogma, played on the Series X. So I'm playing at 30 frames. Again, don't have a problem with it. It's not the fastest action game. It doesn't bother me, and the 30 frames is decent. So I'm replaying Dragon's Dogma, and my God, yes, is it dated at points? Of course it's dated at points. It's a freaking old-ass game. But if the RPG elements that Capcom pulled over from Western RPGs and gave it an Eastern flavor, it is still the magical effects and the things that happen in randomly. Like I've already had 2 Cyclopses. I've baited them and getting too close to a waterfall edge and having them just fall off and kill them instantly. Like there is so much that Capcom took from Western RPGs, and they did such a great job with making it their own. And this game is still, with the pawn system, so unique. In the upgrade system, yes, there's a lot of quality of life stuff that you play it now and you go, holy cow, how did we ever do these games back in the 360 era? Because a lot of RPGs were set up very similar with inventory management and upgrading and all that kind of stuff. It's not in any way, shape, form like some of our modern stuff, but it is still such a fantastic game. I can't tell you guys enough. Get it on PC. If you got a PC, you can play 60 frames. But obviously the Xbox version is still very well done. If you got a Series X, it looks really good. It's 1080, but it looks better than that in moments. There's a lot of screenshots I grabbed that are just, if you couldn't see the characters, you'd be like, that's pretty damn good lighting. Pretty good damn environment you got going on there. So if you're planning on playing Dragon's Dogma 2, Capcom came out and said you don't have to play the first one. Your main character in Dragon's Dogma 2, they came out and confirmed, is going to have amnesia. So there's no need. That's how they got around. It's been what, 10, 11 years now, Mav? 12 years now?
Yeah.
Since the first one. So there's no need to go back and play the first one. You can start fresh in Dragon's Dogma 2. But if you want to, I highly recommend. It's always on sale. You can pick it up for $5 to $10 for the full package deal. Go play it. It is still a freaking amazing RPG. Otherwise, same for the past 3 weeks. Vampire Survivors is back in my rotation. I'm addicted to it. I love it. Can't stop playing it. So that's all I've been doing. But again, folks, new games are coming and we are going to be playing them. So you'll be hearing something different out there pretty soon in our intros, because we're going to Helldivers 2, Suicide Squad, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and Tekken 8. Guys know me. I'm a budget gamer. All 4 are day one buys for me. I'm going to have them all.
Yeah.
We're going to be co-oping a bunch of those. We're going to have some stories.
Go through those games again. So there's
Tekken 8. Tekken 8, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Right. Suicide Squad.
Yep.
Helldivers 2.
Okay. Yeah. I'm getting all those too.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's like So
That's all within a span of 2 weeks.
yeah, I feel like there's one more in there that
There could be.
I don't know.
Mm, I think that's it on
Oh, it's
my
Power
list.
World, but that's free.
Yeah,
That's Game
Palworld's in there.
Pass.
It's free.
Yeah,
It's on Game
yeah,
Pass. Yeah, so I'll be downloading
yeah.
it, even though I don't think I'm gonna like it. Steele's obviously going to be playing it. I'm sure some of the fans going to be playing it. It's 32 person servers. Maybe I'm going to download it. Maybe if we all get together and we hop in there together, maybe it'll be a great time, because it is sounding like it is a lot more survival
Yeah.
arc style than Pokemon.
That game is rising through the ranks on Steam and stuff right
It is.
now. Like
It is.
after
It is.
streamers
Keep
got a
going.
hold of it and stuff. Like,
Yes.
yeah, people are getting excited, bro. We did get another $5 super chat from Jax82.
Hey, Jax82.
Jax82 with a 5. Appreciate you. Said Mav said I have to sign Pong to long-term deal. Couldn't take a chance of losing Pong. Congrats to 100 episodes. That's right. Long-term deal. He's under contract until 2065. Is that what it was, Pong?
That's if you agree to the percentage increases as we go forward.
0.01% per year, right?
No.
I think that's what it was.
Every 10 years every 10 years I earn another 20% of the Fun Speculation Network.
Oh. So that means after 50, well, that means by the end of it you'll own 100%.
Well, I can't own 100%.
Wait.
Because you guys still would all have your
say
share.
extra 20%? Or
yeah, extra 20%. On top of the 1% I already
I
own.
see what you're doing.
Okay, you see what I'm doing? Yeah.
Right.
Math.
Yeah.
Actually, Mav and I are both pretty decent at math in different ways, but we're both pretty good at math because we both deal with a lot of numbers in our industry. So, anyways,
you wouldn't be able to tell right now.
Right there. No, you would not have. The $2 super chat coming on in here, shoveling some more coal. Pong with the Bobby Bonilla contract. Yeah, actually, Mav is going to have to pay me after I leave. That's how long my contract's for.
It's like one of those deferred contracts. Or the Rangers are still paying Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, or who's the Japanese guy that just signed with Dodgers or whatever, and he deferred his entire contract. Yeah, Ohtani, and he deferred the entire contract basically till the end.
Yeah.
After he leaves, after the contract's over. Crazy, man. Crazy people. And why so serious? I said, why so serious? I saw you earlier say Pong talking like he's leaving. I'm not going anywhere, brother. Nah. This is old guy talk. This is sentimental talk. This is what happens on some of our shows. If you go back and watch some of our other shows back in the day, oh my God, when Caitlin was still on the shows on a regular basis, she was tearing up. She had us tearing. I mean, oh my God, we had some sentimental
and
outros.
Episode 100 of Ultimate, our like first E3 show and stuff. Like there was a couple different times where it's like things start to kind of. It's like a reflection moment, you know, and it's like you kind of realize that things you've been wanting to do and relationships you've been forming and all stuff. It's kind of like this is all full, like what you kind of dreamt of having, you know what I mean? And like, and not just with the channel, but like in life, just like friends
in life
that you can like relate to, have these conversations with, and like you all have like a platform to share that with other people that actually give a shit and care, you know what I mean? And not just about us, but about the channel and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, it just ultimately, sometimes it means a lot, man. And some of the messages that we get and things like that are just like, you know, I couldn't imagine having those kind of things before, but now it's like it's insane. But you know,
it is. And when we talk about episode 100, when I start thinking about how many episodes we've done amongst all
this
the
is
shows,
probably your fourth show you've been on over 100 episodes of, because Living Split Screen hit 100. You've been on over 100 episodes of Ultimate.
Over 100 of the shop,
over 100 of the shop. Yeah. And now you know, this is one
Xbox Factor I probably did for almost 100 episodes, if not 100 episodes, because I was on with Bloom for almost 2 years.
So it's crazy. And like this is our second show on this channel to hit 100, right?
That's right.
We will have Fun Pop will get there eventually, and FSP maybe sometime later this year FSP will hit 100. For some reason, like, you know, Ultimate, because it was like the first show, like it's just like seems like like the milestones there are like really big for me and stuff too. And like
Yeah.
so when we would hit 200 on that, which will be later this year as well.
Yep.
That's gonna be like a little different. I remember seeing like Iron Lords hit 200 on theirs,
Yep.
and like
Uh-huh.
200 is like 200 episodes. Like that's a long fucking time. That's like almost 4 years.
That's consistency.
So
It's a lot.
when
Yes.
yeah, like just to see that, but like if you
Mhm.
add all the shows up and stuff, we're probably done like 300 shows over or so on this
Mhm.
channel. Well over that, 350 roughly. So it's just crazy when you start to put that in perspective, man. But
It
like,
is.
um, it's awesome to have the community to share it with, and that's what means the most to us for sure.
And to share in this, right? We just got sentimental, and Razor NZ said, "Hey, y'all are just getting sentimental, old guys. Guess what? We got a hype train that we got to keep pushing." So he said, "You know what? Mach 3.5 isn't good enough on episode 100." That's right, Razor NZ with the easy 10 dunk. That's right. He's showing you how it's done. He came on the court. He did a little windmill action that time around. That's right. He shoveled some coal into that furnace and got us up to Mach 3.75 and says, "Pong and Math, I want you all to stay ad free. You guys can talk all the sentimental, emotional bullshit. That's fine. Go ahead and do that, old guys. But we're not going to see any ads while you guys are doing that either. We're going to hear it all. So guess what? I'm giving 10 more people a ticket to the Fun Speculation Network hype train. That's right, Razor NC with a 10 bomb tonight on episode 100. Thank you, Razor NZ. Chew, motherfucker. Strap up. Gotta get those 4-point harnesses tight at Mach 3.75. That's right. And don't forget, y'all, don't forget, you got a little extra credit tonight. And I saw some people catching on that we don't normally do that. And they were saying, I think it was Masshole that said that was very generous of me to give you guys extra credit. I'm going to give you guys some more extra credit right now just because Masshole in the chat was so nice. This is how our chat is. You guys really want to hit your goal this month, and I want to help you get there so that we can raise your goal again. That's what we want to do here. So go, I'm going to give you extra credit for Razor NZ's tickets too. That's right. Welcome aboard, 10 more people. Welcome aboard. We got a new car for you. Go back there. It's shiny. It's clean. I'm going to give you extra credit. Your goal is now down to 2,697. That's right. That was a big extra credit right there just because our chat's so freaking great here. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's shout out the chat while I'm talking about how, oh wait, no, because OCD Gamer's been riding the hype train for 11 months. He's like, yo, I got my ticket right here to prove I've been here for 11 months. He comes in with just the hype train sign. That's right. He posts the hype train emojis in his super chat. Thank you, OCD Gamer, for being on this journey with us for 11 months. Appreciate you, brother, always. Thank you for being a part of this. All right, everybody, let's shout out the chat here real quick. We got Mav, some guy named Fun Speculation. I don't know who this is. He came in here and he bought 5 more tickets. He said, I just heard you added a new car. It's all shiny, but it's already full because of Razor NZ buying 10 tickets. So, Pong, we got to go get another one. So, and guess what? 3.75 isn't good enough here for Mav. And Mav says we're going to bump this sucker.
I got my seatbelt on, motherfucker. Let's go.
Bro, you threw that coal bag all the way up to the front of the engine and said, shovel it yourself, Pong. That's right. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shovel it for Mav. We are up to Mach 4.0. That's right. Fun Speculation, a.k.a. Mav, a.k.a. brother from another, got on the court with the easy 5 layup. The 5 bomb dropping in here, showing you, chat, that it's not just about your goal. Mav's helping you out. Extra credit. That's right. Mav comes in with the extra credit, gets us down to 2,892. But guess what? Cedric H said, I see you, Mav. I see you. You're CEO. You're one of those bosses that come out here and actually work with the community. They work with the employees. They show us how it's done. And he says, I got one for you. I found a bag of coal. We're going to get up to Mach 4.25 out the gates. That's right. He comes in with the easy 5 layup. That's right. Off the glass, swish, whatever you want to say. He got it through the net. The 5 bomb dropped in here. That's right. We just filled up another freaking car. And Matt said, I just saw that car get filled. I just saw the hype train get filled. I heard over the loudspeaker system, Pong, that you said we are now Mach 4.25. Guess what? We're going to Mach 4.5. We're halfway almost to Mach 10 on episode 100 because Matt said that wasn't good enough. We're going to add another car, another shiny car that's all clean. We're going to get 5 tickets from some new people onto the Fun Speculation Hype Train, and we're going to get them strapped into their seats. That's right. Another 5 bomb from the one, the only Mav. That's right. Easy layup. That's right. That's what he's doing tonight. He's showing you how it's done. He's on the ground with you guys, helping out your goal.
Ground.
He's on the ground. Boots are on the ground. He's amongst the little. He came down out of the ivory tower for y'all. That's how much he appreciates it. And he said, I'm going to show you. Because we are now down to a goal. Your goal. 2,682. That's right, everybody. We have the train rolling. We are on fire tonight, and I'm about to shout out this freaking amazing chat.
Bold
who's
Alpha
doing a lot.
just fucking slammed this thing
of
home
course.
again.
Bold Alpha Wolfpack said, I know I gave you an early 15. I know we had to add a couple cars because of all the tickets I was just throwing up in the air. I was making it rain. Tickets to the hype train tonight, chat. That's what Bold Alpha said. He said, we got the hype train rolling now, 4.5. No. We are going to get to that halfway point. We are going to get to Mach 5.0 if I have to kill myself doing it. That's right. We got another 10 bomb, the dunk, the free throw line, MJ dunk from Bold Alpha Wolfpack. The stealth bomber flew overhead. He dropped 2 bags of coal right into that furnace. And we are now at Mach 5.0. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. We are rolling on episode 100, keeping it ad-free right here. This is an ad-free show because of all of you and you helping out. The goal, though, don't forget your goal because we're coming close to February already. 2,772 now, but I'm going to give you some extra credit. I am. 2,500. I'm feeling generous tonight, folks. I know you all want to hit your goal, so I'm going to help you out. I'm like that great teacher. You guys are just dropping apples on my desk. I'm going to give you all an A. So we are now down to a nice, even round number 2,500 for the month of January. So we don't have to start selling beans. So we don't have to start selling pillows. So we don't have to do any of that right here on the Fun Speculation Network.
No sham wows being sold. Sir X-Man with the $2 super chat. Appreciate you, Sir X-Man. Says congratulations, 100 episodes. Yeah, thank you so much, Sir X-Man. Shout out to you, everybody in the chat. You fucking rock. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Oh my god. Oh, fancy.
The beautiful Miss Caitlin, aka Fancy when she's feeling spicy. That's right, the one, the only, the co-owner of Fun Speculation Network said, you know what? I'm not going to let my husband show me up. He can work amongst the chat. I can work amongst the chat. I know how to do a layup. I'm getting on this court. And the one and only Caitlin says Mach 5.0 ain't good enough. You boys don't know how it's done. I always have to do the dirty work and show you how it's done. So I'm going to come in here and do exactly that with the 5 bomb, with the bag of coal, with an extra car being thrown onto the back of this train, stretching miles long. The hype train, the Fun Speculation Network hype train is now at a 5.25. Thanks to the beautiful Miss Caitlin. That's right. The Miss Caitlin came in here with that 5 bomb. God dang it. So good. So good.
And thanks, babe, also for the special overlay for episode 100 and the thumbnail. Absolutely awesome as well. You notice Indiana Jones, his whip is making our episode 100 on the thumbnail. What a nice little touch, babe.
It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. We're going to get into that, but I got to shout out this chat. If you guys would stop buying tickets to the hype train, I get to your names. Let's go. Let's go. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Here we go. OCD Gamer is in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight. Of course, we got Elijah Vasquez in the house as well, saying hi. Appreciate you being here and a part of the show. The brother from another, the little guy, the 3-bit is here. That's right. The 3-bit is here. He is the one that caused all the problems at Playground Games and caused Fable to not come out until 2025, 2026. So blame 3-bit as always. 3-bit, great to see you, brother.
If you don't like that Hellblade 2 is 8 hours long, it's 3-bit's fault also.
Yeah.
If you have a problem with it.
3-bit is basically the Bungie of Xbox. He walks in and tells Phil things aren't good enough.
Yeah.
And then makes cuts.
Everything his fault.
3-bit. Yeah. That's his secret job, by the way. Anyway, why so serious is in here? What's going on? Why? Great to see you. Poison Maniac, of course, is in the house. We got James in the house. What's going on, James? We got Sidious in here. Choo motherfuckers, of course. The aforementioned Bold Alpha Wolfpack is in here as always. We got Louis Jose in here. Always great to see you, Louis. Thanks for joining us, brother, tonight. We got Eric B in the house. We got the one and only Big Mad Mo in here. What's going on, Big Mad Mo? Great to see you. We got Doom Reaper in the house. What's going on, Doom? We got Nicholas Lund joining us this evening for episode 100. We got, who else in here? We got Ozzy Fan 80. We got Galagos in the house. Who else we got in here? I got to finally start scrolling up. Y'all jumping in here early.
People here hanging
There's
out,
a lot of people, man. We got over 200 amazing people. We got, if I mispronounce any of your names, I am trying my hardest. I pronounce a lot of names on a daily basis from all over, so I try my best. But Tubabu Kumi, great to see you. And you're in green. You got a ticket. Love it. Welcome to the Hype Train on Fun Speculation Network. Tony Grasso is in the house. What's going on, Tony? Great to see you, brother. Mr. Xbot is in here. What's going on, Mr. Xbot? We got 80s cartoon villain. Some of my favorite villains of all times are 80s cartoon villains. I got to appreciate that name. I've always been the dark side guy. Thank you for having that name. I love it. Amit Kumar is in the house. What's going on, Amit? We got Day Reezy in here showing off the Hype Train emojis. What's going on, Day Reezy? Great to have you a part of the show. Masshole 1977. Always great to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. Who else we got in here? Boom, boom, boom. I got to scroll up. We got Thatch in the house. What's going on? Thatch, love to see you. Thanks for being a part of the show. We got the Herd Theorem in the house. What's going on, Herd? We got Mitchy Poo here. What's going on, Mitchy Poo? Great to see you, my friend. We got, I'm going to do it this way. Okay, we got CBH for God. CBH for God. Yes, CBH for God. Great to see you here. Thank you. And then we got Beaky is in the house. I'm going to go with Beaky on this one. Beaky, what's going on? Says pound that like button. Yes, that is something that you can do, chat. If you want to help us out, if you can't do layups, you can't do dunks, you can't add to the hype train, the like button and the share button are your friends. Wink, wink. They help us. Wink, wink. That was a terrible wink. Wink, wink. Okay, there we go. Help us out any way you can. Mozam Sheik is in the house. What's going on, Mozam? Always great to see you. We got Stephanie Kingston in the house. What's going on? Or is that Stephanie Kingston? That would be Stephanie, not Stevenson. Stephanie? No.
Stephanie?
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Stephanie Kingston's in the house. What's going on? Oh shit. This is what happens when you read names fast. Talos Ray's in the house. What's going on, Talos Ray? Of course, the aforementioned Sir Axman is here. Stephanie. Really? After I just get the saying I say it, but
I gotta meet somebody actually named Stephanie. That fucking it's a great name. Actually,
It is kind of a great name. Oh my god, I'm blushing. It was terrible. Bass Digi's in the house. What's going on? Or Bass Digi, I should say. One of the two. What's going on? We got Don Sicario in the house. Always great to see you. Spider-Man 356 says sup to you. Spider-Man 356. Thank you for being here as always, sir. Who else we got in here? Oh, we got Tony Grasso. I didn't see this one. Tony Grasso
right there
has been a member on the Fun Speculation Network hype train for 26 months. He's like, I saw that 11. I got a 26 for you right here. He's got that old crinkled up ticket from a long ass time ago. 26 months. Tony Grasso says Pong would be great on QVC. I mean, really great. Oh, Jesus. Hawking some crazy shit on there, man.
Home Shopping Network, QVC, ticket, you name it. Sell us
my
some
God.
old jewelry and coats.
I don't think I can say choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo.
You could say choo choo, mother, father, sister, brothers.
I don't even think they would let me get away with that one.
That's what Boom says. Love it.
Yeah, that's right. Green Goblin is in the house. What's going on, Green Goblin? Who else we got in here? We got who else? Razor and Z, of course, is in the house. We got Niternal in the house as well. Who else we got in here? We got ADM dropping on by and saying hi. Appreciate you, ADM. Thank you so much. Cedric H, of course, is in here. That's right. He had gifted 5 earlier. Thank you, Cedric H. Spartan 661 is in the house. What's going on, Spartan? Who else? Let's see who else. Nam Omar, one of the OGs. What's going on, Nam? Great to have you a part of our show, sir. Always. We got Prince Green in the house. Not Prince Albert, but Prince Green is in here. What's going on, Prince? Who else? We got Arthur 1 in the house. That's right. Arthur 1 is dropping in. Thank you for being a part of the show. Who else? I'm going back as far as I can, folks. We got E-Ranks in the house. What's going on, E-Ranks? Great to see you. See. We got Tom from Toonami, of course, is dropping on by, brother. Great to see you, sir, as always. Let me see here. And then let's see who I missed. That's as far as I can go up. We got the Hooded Canuck in the house. What's going on, Hooded? We got Xbox BG in the house. What's going on? We've got Sin here, of course. The show would be nothing without a little bit of Sin. Let's go. We got Jay Rembert joining the chat. Jay, always great to see you, brother. Who else we got? We got Special Nick in the house. What's going on, Special Nick? Great to see you as always. Great show over there on the Era. We got It's Timmy. It's Timmy's here. What's going on? It's Timmy. Who else? We got Roshan Eppinger. What's going on, Roshan? Thank you for joining the show. Patman Jones. What is going on? We got Raiden Blade in the house. Raiden. Awesome to see you all in here. We got Jizzy Z in the house. What's going on? Or Jizzies, I guess we could go with. We could go Jizzy Z or we could go Jizzies. Let's go Jizzies today. Hey, great to see you joining the show. I think I've got as many people as I can see. Nathan Hardman, I see you in here. The Gamepad Guru. Yes, you have been. Oh my God, what do we got going on? What's Steel doing? Gamepad Guru, thank you for being here as always. We got Magnum in the house. We got KT the Goat dropping on by and joining us as well. You guys are all absolutely incredible. Again, Wilfrey Rosario, I see you, brother. Steel Rain has been dropping stuff. Who else has been dropping stuff? We got
a Motor War.
Member for 5 months. That's right. He's got the 5-month ticket. That's right. It's still kind of fresh and crispy, right? It hasn't been stuck in his pocket for very long, but he has been a member for 5 months. Thank you so much. Drops in and says, Avowed was so sick. We are about to get that. Believe it or not, this show is not just about the choo-choo motherfuckers and naming out the chat and talking about easy layups and bombs. No, we actually do talk some topics here. And of course, we're going to get to that. So thank you for being a member for 5 months, though. But we got to get to Steel here. Did Steel drop 2 or did he just drop 1?
I think he dropped a $10 super chat.
Yes, I see the $10. It popped up twice on mine for some reason. There you are. Brother from another, Steel Rain, living split screen every Saturday morning with myself. Again, another part of this family. He was on earlier today, co-streaming with Mav as well. Dude's everywhere. He's now on Xbox Factor Podcast on Tuesdays. He drops the 10 bomb. That's right. Steel says, I'm going to get in a dunk real quick, boys. Let me through. He came in with the dunk. He says, y'all getting naked for 100. Steel, it's not. What time is it? It's only 6:46, brother.
That's
Come
midnight.
on, man.
That's midnight talk.
That's midnight talk. That's when Fancy comes out, and that's when Crazy Steel comes. Yeah. He says, "Y'all getting naked for 100? Let's go, beautiful people. Continue to keep it live, raw, and uncut." That's right, Mr. Live, Raw, and Uncut himself. Thank you, brother. Nothing but love to you, sir. You know that. Can't wait to do a Saturday show with you. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
All right. I think I got everybody. I think we are caught up on all the tickets, all the bombs, all the coal, all the hype train running at over Mach 5.25. Tighten the belts. Get ready because we're about to get into the main topic of the evening, maybe the only topic of the evening. Oh,
OCD Gamer's
Of
trying
course.
to keep us
The
from talking
minute I
games.
say that, OCD Gamer says, "Oh man, I don't want you talking any game news. We're just gonna do this all night." That's right. OCD Gamer comes in with the 5 bomb. That's right, the 5 super chat. Again, we don't discriminate here. It all goes towards your goal. We are down to 2,480 right now. Extra credit is being given out all night tonight. You guys can make a big dent in your goal. OCD Gamer shows how it's done with the easy 5 bomb, the easy layup. That's right. OCD Gamer says chew. That's right. And I'll add motherfuckers onto the end of that. OCD Gamer, appreciate you. Listen, Legendary Yobi's in the house. Legendary Yobi, God, I love seeing your name pop back up in chats, man. So glad to have you back in this community. He says, Pong, so talk your shit, Pong. We're about to talk some shit. Let's go. So today, Mav, episode 100 PM. The PM was not the biggest news. I know a lot of people contacted us to do stories on us today, but we said we're not going to take the shine away from Xbox today. Like this is we are here because of games.
Got to take a back seat.
It's not about us. It's not about our show. It's not about our fans. It's about Xbox. We want to give Xbox the shine they deserve today with their developer direct. So we said no interviews today, folks. We'll postpone them. So let's focus on the direct, Mav, because that was obviously the main story today. This was to start off the year of 2024, which we had a conversation about. We thought this year was going to start hot. Prince of Persia coming out the gates. I forgot to mention that I did download a demo. Like I said, I would, and started playing Prince of Persia. Great game. Animation is beautiful. Everything about it's awesome. What the people say about it, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing platforming. I'm not doing Metroidvanias. I'm just not going to do it. So I uninstalled, but I did play it. And could see the polish. Great game.
Yeah.
So we started off this year, 2024, with potentially a game of the year contender. This may last till the end of the year. But we also talked about all the games coming. And obviously during that talk, we also talked about what Xbox had coming. So Developer Direct was the start today, Mav. I want to start with a little rant here real quick, Mav, and then we'll get into the meat and potatoes.
Okay.
So chat, episode 100, you're going to get an early rant before we get into all the beautiful stuff today. Listen. If you, as a gamer, know who you are as a gamer, and you only like certain types of games, whatever those games may be, maybe there's one genre, maybe you've got like 3 genres that you really love, and you don't like other games outside of that. I'm cool with that. Never going to tell you what you should or should not like if you know who you are as a gamer. Maybe you have a certain platform that you are a fanboy of. And that platform simply makes the best games to you, and other platforms just don't do it for you at all. Again, Nintendo hasn't interested me in decades. That's cool. 0 issues. Again, know who you are as a gamer. Shout out to Steel. If you are somebody who likes certain devs or needs the best graphics ever produced in order to gain your interests, or maybe it's the gameplay that's king for you, and other games just are lacking and they're just not for you. Awesome. 0 problems. However, if you are one of the one-dimensional sad clowns out here who wake up in the morning and go to bed with the same sad makeup on every single day, and your whole entire being, or a very large portion of that being, revolves around the circus out here, and there's a big showcase that happens, I don't care who it's from, and you already know that showcase probably doesn't have games that interest you, you're not dumb, right? You're not dumb. You've seen plenty of all the games except for Indiana Jones. You could have looked up any of the other ones, Avowed or Hellblade 2 or even Ara, and you could have seen what those games are about. You already knew those games aren't for you because they're not your style. They just aren't what you like or what you want. and you feel the need to, after every single fucking show that comes out here. And again, let me remind you all, for the ones that have forgotten, this is an entertainment industry. Okay? An entertainment industry whose product, right? Whose main purpose of the product is to bring joy, happiness, whatever, however you define that, through gameplay. Of course, there's a big business side to it. We talk plenty of the big business stuff here too. But that's the main reason this content is created by these people, is to bring joy, laughter, relief, whatever it is for you through gaming. Y'all, some of y'all really do believe you guys are main characters and that everything revolves around you. And if it doesn't, it's trash. Let me tell you something. You guys are nothing but sad NPCs who just so happen to be extremely narcissistic and have huge egos, and honestly believe that you, after every single show from companies you don't like, or games you don't like, or developers you don't like, or publishers you don't like, all you do is spend your entire day, the rest of the day, maybe weeks, talking about how trash things are. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I got off my console war soapbox a long time ago. You all do what you want to do. You want to swim in that energy, swim in that energy. But go get some help, because there is something seriously wrong. There is something seriously wrong that you are a part. This isn't even a real competition. All you like to talk about this stuff like it's sports. There's no fucking Super Bowl at the end of the year for gaming. There's no one winner in gaming every year. So it's not even on that competition level when it comes to this tribalism. And yet you all treat it that way. And I don't understand what it is. Go play the games that you enjoy. Let everybody else enjoy what they want to. If a game isn't for you, that is cool. But to sit out here and to make videos, to hold spaces, to make post after post about how trash shit is because it wasn't for you, shows me that it's your ego, that you honestly believe, or that you feed off of the negative energy as an energy demon. There's something wrong there. There's something missing from your life. There's something missing from you inside, if that's what you have to do after each and every one of these shows. I don't understand it. Why people, first of all, call everything that they don't like trash. This is 2-year-old bullshit. You have no other way of speaking your mind or having valid, intelligent criticisms other than to say it's trash.
Trash.
Mid. All the stupid stuff that has come out nowadays. And that goes beyond. This goes for the gaming media too. Those of you that consider yourself professionals out there who maybe make a living off this industry, this hobby, this entertainment that is for joy. If you've become so freaking jaded, if you've been here for so long and you hate it so badly that somebody making a sizzle reel of highlights from a game that they're excited about, or a publisher that they're excited about, or a dev that they're excited about, if that irritates you so much, it's time to move on. It's time to go somewhere else. You are doing nothing and providing nothing of value to this community or to the people in general who enjoy this hobby. There are big discussions there to have. There are criticisms to be leveled. There are deeper conversations than just about how much fun we have. We have all of those. But if you are to that point in your career, and again, I'm talking to the professional journalists out there, that you can't evaluate games anymore on the basis of what they are and what they're presenting to you, but instead you choose every single time, even before you play a game, to look at a game and say, oh, that's not what I wanted, and that's your whole thesis of why the game is already bad or dead on arrival, move on. You're not doing anything for your fans, for your audience, or whoever it is that you're representing. You're not doing anything for them. This is a entertainment hobby built on happiness, joy, release, relaxation. Again, any way you feel about games, it's not about anger. It's not about hate. Again, not talking about valid criticism, not talking about intelligent criticism. I'm talking about the nonsense we see on a daily basis. You're more, you can hold whatever opinion you want to. But the fact that you have to come out and stand on a soapbox and proclaim it to the world as if you are the mouth of the gaming gods and you have come down, right? You have come down from the mountain and you have gathered this information and you need to tell the world your opinion, because your opinion should be the only thing people think. You've got another thing coming. That's not you. You're not the main character. You're an NPC. If this video game industry does in fact contract, if this video game industry does go through another upheaval at some point, which history says it probably will at some point, I will be sad, obviously, because I want more gamers who enjoy gaming to be able to obviously find something that they enjoy and use it as that place of happiness for themselves. I have zero problem with that. But as I've said before, there is something to the fact that the more people that get into this industry, the more people that suddenly find video gaming is now cool, they bring a lot of shitty attitudes into this space as well. And if it ever does collapse, if it ever does crash again, and we go back to a much smaller video game industry, I hope those people are gone. I hope you all go find new hobbies. I hope that what you say is true. I hope that if the video game industry decides to go all digital, I hope that if games as a service do take over, I hope that if the third person narrative driven games, the AAA games that cost $400 million stop being made. I hope you all being real when you say you're done and it's over with and you'll move on. Because a lot of you bring that same bully, and I've said this multiple times now, and it's my firm belief. A lot of y'all would have been the bullies back in the day when I was younger, when video games weren't cool, that called us nerds, that called us geeks. You don't really love gaming. You love games. I won't take that away from you. You love certain games. You love certain things about gaming, especially the conversations, especially the ego boost. You love that part of it. But I'm going to say deep down, you don't really love gaming. It just became the topic. It became the cool topic. It became a topic that you actually could conversate in. And you found an audience. Today, after the Dev Direct, we know the tomfoolery that's going to happen. We know the nonsense is going to come out. But the fact that people could sit back and look at Avowed and look at Indiana Jones and even Hellblade and say it's garbage, say that was trash. Sorry, y'all. You guys lost the plot. You guys need to go seek help. You're missing something out of your life. Again, if they're not for you, that's fine. I don't have a problem, even if you make one statement and say, didn't like anything I saw at the Direct today. Oh, well, that's cool. But again, to be posting minutes-long videos talking about how your team, Sony, isn't scared of anything. Talking about it's all trash. Where's the Xbox money? All I saw today was mid. All I saw today was trash. All I saw today was garbage. You all Xbox, all you Xbox fans, all you guys just lap up anything. This is all trash. You're missing something in your life. You need a smile. You need a hug. You need to find the love, and you need to find the joy again of video gaming. And again, if it's in one spot, I'm cool with that. If it's one type of game, I'm cool with that. Go play your Souls games all day until your heart's content. Go play your JRPGs all day until your heart's content. I don't care. That is cool with me. You know who you are as a gamer. But to try to steal energy on a day like today away from anybody, and this goes for any direct from any company, any showcase from any company, the people that hop into the live chats, the people that come on air afterwards and just shit all over everything, it just sucks, man. It just sucks because that's not what gaming is about in any way, shape, or form. It's not. All right. I ranted enough. I could go on forever just because I hate that portion of the community.
That was how long was it? That was 15 minutes. I'm gonna make that. I'm doing timestamps right now. So that's 103 end of Pong rant. No, that was fucking epic, man.
Yeah. I didn't really say enough in there. That extends to the fact that if you think that game companies out there.
Oh, here we go. Let me start another.
No, you should. But I forgot to add this in here because this is included in that because it's a lot of what I saw too. And we've seen this already, man. We talked about this with Starfield. If you honestly believe that game companies, developers who have a certain style should suddenly switch up that entire style, should change how they make games for you because you don't think they're up to date anymore because suddenly a certain style of game has become more popular and there's only one way to make games now, you are a part of the problem. You are asking developers to all become same. I love games that look like 8-bit games. I love games that are the most cutting edge, bleeding eyeball type graphics out there. I like everything in between. That's the type of gamer I am. I don't want devs to change who they are, especially when they are some of the top devs in the entire world at what they do.
Creating genres, pretty much, right? Like
if they have a natural, creating genres. If they have a natural evolution where they slowly but surely get better, and every game looks a little bit better, every game plays a little bit better, they throw in some new mechanics, they try some new things, and that's how they want to approach it, great. Fantastic. Do that. But these people that suddenly expect these studios that have been doing a specific style of game for 10 years plus to all of a sudden wake up one day and say, oh, we're going to make this ultimate top tier graphically open world game that nobody in the world has ever seen. It's going to take 8 years and it's going to cost $500 million, but we're going to do that today because we think that's what the fans want. Bullshit. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. And they're not going to do it just because you want them to. And just because they don't do that doesn't make their games trash either. In any way, shape, or form. Maybe those games are no longer for you. Maybe Bethesda is no longer one of your favorite devs. Maybe Obsidian is no longer one of your favorite devs. Maybe they just simply make games that you fell out of love with. But when I see those games, they are everything I love about this gaming industry. They're some of my favorite type games. So for you to believe that they should change for you or for anybody else out there, you are not the word of the gaming gods. You are not. Go play the games you enjoy. Again, it's the golden age. You have more content than ever before in the history of video games. You have more genres than ever before in the history of video games. You have the ability to go more places and play video games than ever in the history of video games. Go do that. Go find what you love. But stop. Again, criticism, you can have it. Intelligent criticism, you can have it. I said, I would love to see Obsidian stretch their legs and do a giant open world game like a Bethesda title. I said that. But when I saw Avowed today, and we're going to talk about it, I said, yeah, I love Obsidian. Look at this.
Yeah.
This is just freaking Obsidian through. This is beautiful. This is what I love. Right? But I'm not going to tell you that you have to love it. I'm not going to tell you that it's the greatest game in the world and tell you that you're a liar for not thinking that. No, I'm going to give you my opinion on it. But I'm going to give you an intelligent opinion. Even on the games that I don't necessarily like, I'm going to give you somewhat of an intelligent opinion. And if I don't have an opinion, you're not getting an opinion. You don't hear me talking about Zelda and Mario on here. You don't. I don't come on every episode and say, oh, Nintendo needs to change everything they do. Look at how they look. Look at this. Look at that. I've said that they need to produce better hardware so that it looks good on my big screen, just like Mav has said. But I haven't said that they have to change up Zelda or change up Mario. They can do whatever they want to do. That's what they do best. Continue to make those games. They sell millions. They have millions of fans. I respect them for what they've done. There's a difference. There's a big difference. Sorry. All right. Now I'm done. So let's get into this, man.
No,
let's get into this.
It's fucking great, man. I mean, I agree with everything you said.
I didn't catch all the show, so I don't know if you guys talked about that or not, but I just saw a lot.
I mean,
of
a lot of we haven't like we were just catching some of the reaction at the time. You know what I mean? I mean, we were seeing some as news kind of came out and stuff more about some of the games, but ultimately I kind of haven't really been paying too much attention to Twitter today. You know what I mean? We had our stream, and then I had to go do some stuff real quick, and then we have the show right now. You know what I mean? So as far as like a lot of the discourse, I've missed a lot of it. I have seen a few things where like people are just absolutely trying to downplay stuff because like people were telling me things like as it was coming in during our after show kind of for the co-stream earlier, and I'm just like, what are they talking about? Like especially about Avowed. Like they were talking about Avowed, and I'm like, it just doesn't add up, right? Because specifically about Avowed, I didn't hear any of this conversation when Outer Worlds came out, right? That wasn't that long ago. Like it was last generation, but it was kind of towards the later part of the last generation. And there was a lot. I remember it kind of came out. It was heavily praised, received great scores, reviews, and stuff. People were like, "What a great surprise, amazing game!" And now, like you see, Avowed, which even looks better than that, like graphically, it kind of same style with some of the colors and stuff that they're choosing and all this stuff. But then it's like now all of a sudden that kind of artistic direction is not okay. But like you're literally, they just made a game like that. That was their last big game. Was like one in a similar fucking kind of style. Like so, it's weird to see like, especially from media people, and some of the ones I've heard about was from media, that it doesn't look great, doesn't look impressive, doesn't look like any of this stuff when it's literally the same kind of style almost that they've done before, just better version of that. And it's like, why all of a sudden is it not okay now? Like what changed in that manner of time to make all of a sudden the opinion of games media and some of these people out there to be like, I liked it then, but now it's a few years later and all of a sudden I don't like it now? Like who? Like is it the only thing that changed is now Xbox owns it? That's what changed. And let's just be fucking honest right now. Like that's what changed. There's more eyes on it, more attention, more pressure, more all these things, and some of these media people out there are just getting their like expectations out the fucking like running rampant of these kinds of things. Like I don't understand why every single game has to be like the best, most advanced, biggest thing ever created. Otherwise it's a big fail if it comes from Xbox. It doesn't make any damn sense. PlayStation makes some games that are visually appealing. They have good story. Gameplay wise, sometimes I don't necessarily get as much into it, or personally, story wise, I'm not as into some of them. Some of them I like more than others, right? But like, that's not the template. That's not the only fucking template for video games. Did they mind fuck you the last half of the last generation to think that's the only thing that matters?
It can happen to a lot of people, man.
Is that what happened? Is all of a sudden the rest of the entire fucking video game industry just dog shit except for that? Yep. It doesn't make any damn sense when these same people were praising these things. The same kind of things from these same developers, the same teams, the same creative directors, with the same art style, with the same style of gameplay, praising it, giving it high scores and reviews, nominated for awards out the ass, and all of a sudden, now it's unacceptable. What is going on? Why is this all of a sudden trash?
Because the cool kids said it is.
Doesn't make any damn sense. Avowed, it was the one I was most looking forward to, Pong.
Yes.
I was looking forward to this show. I had my wild cards in Indiana Jones because I was just fucking really curious what the hell it's going to be, right? Like, I really was excited to see what that is. But most excited going in, like I said before, Avowed was my most anticipated first-party game from Xbox this year because of what I saw at the last show that some people were like, oh, that's not what I expected. What did you fucking expect? I don't understand. But anyway, besides that, it is what it is. We got what we saw, and I fucking loved it. I was like, oh my God, this is Obsidian doing fantasy, high fantasy, spells, magic, consequences, all these things. Diversity in the environment. Oh my God, thank God for once there's a game where it's not the same color tone all throughout the entire fucking game. We can go into one place that looks different than another place, different colors, different atmosphere. I can imagine the spells when you're casting them all just kind of popping with color and doing all this different stuff, the way that the environment and these different things interact with each other, and having that gameplay, it takes me back to Oblivion, right? Like it really does. And now it's not necessarily, it's not like an Oblivion clone or anything, but there's like an essence there where I get some of that same feel and vibe. Taking a lot of the stuff from Pillars and all that kind of stuff that obviously in the Pillars universe, they're doing some amazing original things there. And I loved everything I saw then. So I was really excited to see now, and learning that, you know, it's still on track for 2024 and all that. I'm like, oh yeah, let's fucking go. Right. I'm super excited. And they showed everything they showed today. They talked about everything they showed today, and it looks even better than the last time. It looks greater. Everything. It looks fucking awesome in that game. And I am super pumped about it. And yet you see the stuff going on outside, like you're talking about from Games Media and some other being like, garbage, trash, or is this gonna really move the needle for Xbox or what? Like, it's like, come on, like it doesn't have to. Like, not every game has to be fucking what Halo was to the original Xbox. For like, they don't need that anymore. They got fucking Call of Duty and they got Candy Crush. Like, they are okay. Like, this is a game made for a certain kind of gamer, right? It's what people that play those kind of games want to see. And if it's not the kind of game that you want to see, then go play something else, because it exists. There's a shit ton of the things out there that you want to see, because there's a shit ton of games for everybody out there right now. We are in the golden age of gaming, Pong Soul, as you have said numerous times, and it's never been more true than last year and then going into this year. And it's like, to see the complaining and the constant whining. This goes into the last couple of weeks too, the start of January, talk about all this stuff. When Xbox has so much shit going on, so many different things going on, so much stuff cooking, all these games, way more exclusives announced for this year than any other platform, way more games announced in development than any other platform for the roadmap in the future, all these different things. And yet the discourse is all negative leading into this year. It's like, what are we doing? Why? Why does this all exist? They have all this shit. On top of that, they have all these live service games that they keep updating. And on top of fucking that, they got Call of Duty and Diablo and all this other shit now. What more do you want? What do you want them to do? I don't understand. Get over yourself.
Make a God of War, Uncharted clones, make Last of Us clones, just keep making clones. That's what they want. And it would still be trash. It would still be trash. That's the point. Because then it would be that, they're just copying. Listen, there is no win when it comes to the circus at all, right? But this show And I really do want to get into the show because I know both you and I absolutely adored this show in most aspects. And I do want to get into the show, but Mav, it is a continuing narrative. Like I said, there are critiques.
Yeah, for sure.
There are critiques that you can make about any game. There are critiques. Again, The Last of Us 2 does not exist for me, even though The Last of Us 1 is one of my top 15, 20 games all time. The Last of Us 2 does not exist simply because it's not the story I wanted. I can critique the story, but I don't come out and say the game's trash. I don't do any of that stuff to the game. The game is obviously gorgeous. I've seen it. I've watched people play through the entire game multiple times. I know that game. Like, it's gorgeous. It was polished. It was great. Except the story wasn't what I wanted. So it doesn't exist for me. But the fact is, I don't come out and trash it all the time. But these people feel it necessary to constantly find any reason, simply because it's not a game they wanted, simply because it's from a dev they don't like, or simply because it's a dev that they think should be making different games because their favorite games are made a certain way and every dev should do it that way. They come out with reasons to simply shit on everybody's excitement because that's all they know how to do. That's all they know how to do. They rarely praise the stuff that they love, but man, do they find every reason to pile on shit everywhere else. It's weird to me. It's nonsense to me. And like I said, they're adding nothing of value to this entire community. Nothing. There's nothing of value to be gained. Sure, some people can say it's entertainment. Sure, some people say it's jokes. Some people find it funny. Some people find it entertaining. That's fine. Again, go swim in it. But I'm not gonna okay it. I'm not gonna say, oh yeah. Oh no, I see your point. No, I don't see your point. I don't see your point at all. I don't see any point for you that type of response to a gaming showcase. I don't see the point in simply coming out and just saying everything is trash. I just don't.
It's worthless. It's a worthless thought.
It is.
I mean? It's like
it is.
before we get into like each game, because we should really go through each.
Well,
game.
I want to talk about the entirety too.
Right.
I want to talk about
we
just
have
overall.
A couple things.
We do. I got. What do you got? What do you got?
I got 5.0 Trey Gaming member for 2 months. Joined back to the channel. Welcome.
Yes.
To the speculators.
Welcome back to the hype train 5.0. That's right. You got your ticket back. That's right. You said, you know what? I'm hearing these rants. I'm going to buy a ticket. I'm going to buy a ticket back to the hype train on the Fun Speculation Network. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you. Go ahead. Read his super chat, man.
And then $5 super chat from 5.0 Trey Gaming says, Mavin Pong, we got to understand this is gaming now. No matter what we say or do, no matter what Xbox does, it will never be enough, and it's sad.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, as crazy as it sounds, right?
Yeah.
Xbox doesn't need us anymore to say everything's okay. Like, I think last generation going into this generation maybe is a little like there was a lot more like riding on things and like they're trying to win back over the community and stuff. But the shit, they got fucking Call of Duty and Candy Crush and all these other things now, and the revenue's just rolling in, and like that ain't going anywhere.
Nope.
That's not going anywhere. They are a monster in the gaming space. It's very different than even just 2 years ago, at where they were, you know, a third place Xbox fighting against PlayStation and Nintendo trying to get some mind share and get some market share. God, they got one of the biggest games every single year right now. They have these other games that from ABK that also do tons of numbers and money. Like as a company overall structure with what they got, they're fine. They are good in Xbox now.
Correct. We got the $4.99 bomb from the one and only brother from another 3-bit. That's right. Between these two bombs, between Trey buying another single ticket, guess what, folks? We are up to Mach 5.75. That's right. Mach 5.75 headed towards 10. Thank you, 3-bit, for the easy 5 bomb. That's right. Subtracting from our goal, your goal on the Fun Speculation Network, now down to 2,475. That's right. 3-Bit says, just rewatched the show, was a bit distracted before, loved it even more the second time. Yeah, we're going to talk about that because I watched Indiana Jones and Avowed back at 4K before the show. I did have a chance to do that. I didn't have a chance to go back watching Ara or Hellblade 2, but I did watch them earlier on my phone and stuff at work. So, let's talk about the showcase in general here, man.
Okay.
Let's clear the rant space here. The rant, we got our rants out. Ooh, yeah, woo-sa. All right, let's clear out that energy for a second here, because what I came into this show, Mav. Of course, I had the rant in the back of my skull because I was seeing this stuff, but when I hopped on with you and was driving home and I was rethinking about the show and what I saw today, and again, even partially just, I had to rewatch it a couple times and kind of lurk where I could. This is why I'm going to talk about the positives here, because we just got done with the rants. This is why I love the Xbox ecosystem. This is why this generation chose Xbox first. They didn't have all this stuff. I didn't know they were going to own all this stuff. I didn't know that they were going to have all these studios. But the one thing that they have been, Mav, is diverse in their content. And that is the one thing that I absolutely adore about Xbox. It's the one thing I adore about all of their acquisitions, is that it has been across the spectrum. And today's show for me was a show for me.
Mm-hmm.
I know it wasn't for Steel, and I knew it wasn't going to be for Steel. We talked about this behind the scenes a little bit, and I heard Steel's comments and whatever else, and I know the chat was getting on him during the live stream. Listen, not every game's for everybody, and Steel will be the first one to tell you, know who you are as a gamer. Again, I give him credit for that. He's been preaching that. We've had conversations about that. Know who you are as a gamer. And I knew going in, there was every likelihood that Steel might not like everything that he saw, or might not like anything he saw. But he has fair criticism. But again, he doesn't say everything's trash. He has his criticisms, and then he just says it's not for me. I'm out. That's okay. It's just not my bag. That's what he says, right? It's cool. But for me, Matt, for me personally, watching this show today, I was on a high because the diversity of the lineup, the experiences that we are now going to get day one in Game Pass, no matter what other decisions they make with all the other conversations that have been out there around Xbox and Microsoft. Whatever decision, the games that are going to be there for me in Game Pass for my monthly subscription, it does not get any better than this. These are the games, the types of games I want to be playing. And they were represented today. Well represented today, in my opinion. This was a phenomenal way to start January off, to start 2024 on the right foot. We've said it before. Xbox is going to be in the news cycle continuously throughout 2024, just because of what you were saying, Matt. They have so much content right now. They have so many people making games. They have so many announcements to make, that this is what we can kind of expect. And for a January Dev Direct to walk in with 4 announced games, and then to have Mav outside of what we thought the rules were, changing the rules a little bit for the Dev Direct, right?
Yep.
We thought the Dev Direct was only first-party Xbox games, but they bring a third-party surprise in from Square Enix. This show absolutely made my day. It made the start to 2024 even better. It was exactly what I thought it should be and could be. And I got the surprise of seeing Indiana Jones for the first time. I got the surprise of seeing an updated Avowed gameplay. I got to see a surprise from Ara. I got to see a little bit more about Hellblade 2, but really that was about the release date for me. Again, the rest of the stuff, we'll talk about it. And then we got to see Square Enix partnership, of course, bringing the Mana series with their new Visions of Mana over to Xbox, as well as a surprise. But just overall, Mav, this is what gaming is about. This is why I call it the golden age of gaming. There are very few times in the past where any single publisher or any single dev could have sat down and held a direct in which they had 4 different genres of games represented, and all 4 were, or I should say 5 if we call it Square Enix, but
Yeah.
I'll say first party stuff. All 4 were of high quality and looked to be something that I can't wait to play. Very few times do we get that. Sure, we used to get them from time to time back at E3, but usually it was years out. I'm talking about same year, Mav, 2024. Now, second half 2024, but 2024 nonetheless. It was an amazing show to me from start to finish. Tina Amini, who took over this part of Xbox marketing, has done an absolutely just stellar job of creating a team that knows its vision, knows what they want to present and how to present it. And we said it last year when we saw that direct last year before the Starfield direct, the actual first dev direct. We said, this is it. Keep this formula. They did that, Mav. Loved this entire show. Just an overall feeling. Mav, how did you feel about the overall of the entirety of the show?
I love the style of the dev direct. This is the second one now where we've gotten the multiple studios, right? Going, and then each doing the presentation for each one is like presented in a similar way, but each one has a different flavor because the developers have a different flavor. Like you really get to understand like the differences of kind of like what drives these creators to make what they're making. You know what I mean? Because you see the teams and you see like the personalities behind the teams and stuff like that. And it kind of shines through a little bit with this style. But then the focus is, even though you're seeing that, their focus is on telling you about their creation, right? So you're seeing their passion come through about what they're making. So I love that aspect. But there's still because the shine is on the games. They still show lots of gameplay. They show give lots of information, lots of details and stuff like that. More than we just get in regular like trailers or anything like that. So it's a great format for showcasing a game because you get to learn a lot about it. You get to see lots of it, and you also get to know more about the people who are making it. So that encompasses all of those things together. And for me, it kind of gives a bigger appreciation for the game itself and also the process to make it a little bit, right? So I love the format overall. The pattern is set now.
Yes.
Right. Before I had questions, like for sure, but like, is this going to be a pattern where we expect a dev direct for all the games to be releasing that year, right? Because they did it once, but for me, once wasn't enough to solidify something as like a routine. You know what I mean? You do something once, it's a one-time thing. You do something twice, it can start to become a pattern, right? So twice in a row now, the dev directs in January have laid out games releasing later this year. Also, with the one last year, had a shadow drop, so that we know not to expect a shadow drop every single time now, like what we talked about on this channel. That like we thought there would be a surprise, which was another expectation that we had from last year, that there was a kind of surprise. Right.
And they've set that pattern now too.
Yes, and that is another pattern that is set, which I like because I love the speculation of trying to figure out what the other thing could be. And now, like, it's even crazier than I ever thought. Seeing the little hack thing, and then I saw the Square Enix words come across the screen for like a second. I said, did that say Square Enix? And then you see like them start talking stuff, and it's like, what the fuck's going on? Why is Square Enix here? Like, it's just awesome. And then you see it was Visions of Mana, which is a game, and it really shows where we've been talking about Xbox really strengthening that relationship with Square, trying to get that presence down, and the relationship is a lot stronger and maybe stronger than it's ever been with Xbox, with Square Enix now, like going into this and actually having one of their big games showcased at an Xbox showcase, right? Like that's a thing. I'm sure lots of gamers out there were not expecting that.
No.
Right? Like especially on the PlayStation side, when they saw Square Enix, like, oh, they don't just make games for us. It's like that's a big thing. I think it's kind of a statement a little bit. Also, kind of like an olive branch from Xbox, really trying to show them that they're going to support their games and all that kind of stuff, and really want to have them be more uh, interested in the Xbox ecosystem, but also have the gamers on
Mhm.
Xbox interested in those kind of games. Like give them more chance to see those kind of things and realize that they do make some great JRPGs out there that maybe you might be interested in and all this kind of stuff. So I thought that was very interesting to see that there. I love the amount of time they spend on each game, right? And being able to see games like for the first time, but this much of it, like Indiana Jones, that
Yep.
was awesome too. Because we literally yesterday we knew diddly squat about Indiana Jones, right? We just
Mhm.
knew what we could gather from that teaser trailer, and that Todd Howard was the creative director or producer, whatever,
Right.
executive producer, whatever, and then
Executive producer.
that the Machine Games was developing it, right?
Mhm. Yep.
And so that's all we knew. Now we had like, which I was actually surprised. I was like, how could they do Indiana Jones first person, right? They showed it to us, and I was like, wow, okay, well, that's how you do it, I guess, because it looks pretty damn good. So I was surprised by that, but like I actually was pleasantly surprised by it. So I just think overall, like, I love this format. I saw Phil Spencer comment on Twitter too, like he loves this format as well.
Yes.
Um, I saw other people saying like, yeah, we just need more of these, right?
Right.
And state of play has always been a thing. You've had Nintendo, or not always, but in recent years been a thing. You've had Nintendo Directs. Um,
Mhm.
Out of those three things, this is by far my favorite.
Oh, yes.
Like, and it's
Yes.
not just because it's Xbox, right? Like
No.
this is
No.
by far my favorite format for showing off games. I think.
Mhm.
Period. Now I love the game showcase of the summer,
Of
right? When
course.
you have like 30
Yeah.
fucking games, it's like, oh my god, my mind's fucking exploding for all these games. I love that. I love
Right.
that too. But really getting down to the nitty gritty of what a game is,
Yes.
there's no better format than the dev directs,
No. Agreed.
and they need to do more. Like
Yes.
I want one early. I would
Mhm.
like one maybe in like April.
Mhm.
Then I
Before the
would like,
showcase.
yeah, because it's like in between, right in the middle
Yeah.
between the beginning of the year
Mhm.
and then the summer, and then I would like one, maybe like around Gamescom time,
Mhm.
maybe late August or September, sometime around there. That would be fucking awesome. And then
It would be.
and then you just wait for the next one in January because all the big holiday games are gonna be coming out at that time, and
Mhm.
it's something we learned from this showcase or this Dev Direct that Xbox's second half, especially late in the year, is pretty fucking stacked.
Very stacked second half. Surprisingly stacked second half. We'll talk about that. We'll
Yeah,
talk. We'll
a little
we'll
bit.
definitely talk about it because that's a part of it.
Yes.
That's a part of it because I'm actually
Interesting
kind of.
thoughts on that a little bit too. So,
Yes, absolutely. But no, I agree wholeheartedly, Mav. And we talked about this when we talked about years ago when we first started saying that they needed to have a show like this. Again, when Tina took over, nobody knew what to expect. She came from IGN. She obviously had done great work at IGN, blah, 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 but we didn't know what their version of a state of play or Nintendo Direct was going to look like. And when they first showed it last year, again, like I said before, all of us on the shows said, this is it. You guys nailed it. And to your point, they actually went up and beyond, in my opinion, the state of plays in the Nintendo Directs. I like those. I like those quick cuts. I like the gameplay after gameplay after gameplay. Get me all that. That's great. But bringing the developers in, no hosts of a show, just the developers talking about what they're doing with their games, what their ideas are, giving us a general impression of what the game's going to be when we see something early on. That is a beautiful way to do this because it gives you a glimpse at the people that actually make the stuff that we're playing, which we don't see enough of. We don't get enough of that stuff. Now, Ninja Theory, again, I know a lot about you guys at this point. I know more about you guys. In fact, we probably have enough footage that it may be longer than your actual game. Okay, from what we're hearing. I know about you guys. Love you guys. Love what you do. I'm impressed by what you do. Absolutely. But it's the other people that we don't hear from very often, right? Like Oxide Games, Who knew anything about Oxide Games? Right? Who knew anything about the people who are making Ara History Untold? Nobody. But we got to see some of the personality, right? When they did that cut, or when the dude opened the door by accident, they kept it.
That's Dan.
That's
he
Dan.
used to live in his basement or something like that.
Right. That was perfect. Like, obviously, I don't think that was scripted.
No,
I think that honestly happened, but they were like
the fridge made a big squeaking noise.
Right. It was beautiful. But that's the stuff we don't get privy to all the time. And that's why I'll always appreciate what they've done with these directs. So yes, overall impressions, again, they knocked it out of the park here. And again, exceeding expectations and changing how we now think about the direct and keeping it even a bigger kind of surprise potential, Mav, because they now have introduced a third party to what we thought was their first party or published games only, is even more interesting. Unless, of course, Square Enix is going to be acquired, and then this would make total sense.
Right.
But we don't know that now. So, but if they do have another direct this year, we're going to be like, oh, now the surprise just got a whole lot bigger, because it could be anything. Like, it could be something we never even thought of. So loved it. Again, overall opinion. So let's talk about the games themselves. We'll start.
Can we get the super chats real quick?
Yeah, go get the super chat. Yeah, if you got super chats, go. I didn't know we had super chats.
Yeah, we're good. Let's see. All right, Bold Alpha Wolfpack with the $5. Thank you so much, Bold. Says Microsoft giving us dates. What's PS doing? Plotting on how to sell you 1/3 of a first-party game for $80 to $100. Yeah,
not wrong.
Yep,
not wrong.
Not wrong. Connor Garrity. Connor Garrity with the 12-pound super chat. Thank you so much, Connor. Says, can we just not enjoy the games PS5 have now and Xbox have later? Xbox Series S and X in 2024 studios, they both finally have having competition. Yeah. Yep. Xbox is bringing competition now.
So no, right? According to some people, they're not. There's no competition.
Yeah, they're just fucking competition. That is competition.
They don't make the same games, bro, so they're not the competition.
Here's the thing. Time is the real competition here. Like, what is people spending their time and their money on, right?
Correct.
That's the competition. And like, yes, consoles themselves are a factor and they play a part in it, but it's not the only fucking thing, right?
Nope.
There's a lot of other metrics. What are they? Elder Scrolls Online today celebrated 20-something million players for a like game where several people pay monthly.
Mm-hmm.
You think PlayStation wishes they had a fucking game like that?
Yeah.
I guarantee you they fucking wish they had a game like that.
Oh, absolutely.
They don't got a game like that.
They do, but it's not theirs. But yeah.
Okay.
It's on their system. But anyways, no, exactly, Mav. I did watch the ESO thing too, by the way. Gold Road looks incredible.
Yeah.
So I know nobody talks about ESO. It's one of those ongoing games that just is there, but man, they just keep building on that community, man. One of the greatest communities in the world right there. ESO is fantastic. Anyways, side rant.
Yeah.
We caught up then?
Yes, sir.
Thank you all for the super chats, by the way. Thank you. You're lowering your goal. I'll keep it in my head. I'll let you know shortly. So let's talk about the games, man. Let's start. We'll start small to big. Obviously, the one that probably the least amount of our chat is interested in for multiple reasons is Ara. Because it's on PC only. It's not coming to console yet, right?
Yeah.
It seemingly has gotten an internal delay longer than what initially was expected. Again, we don't know for a fact, but the way they were talking was supposed to come out first half of 2024. Now it's been pushed to, they did announce fall of 2024, right?
Yeah.
For Ara?
It was fall. That correct?
Yep. Fall. But Ara History Untold from Oxide Games, I'm not gonna bore you all because I know most of you don't care, but I've talked about it before, and I'll say this: that game, and I got to go back. I'm gonna rewatch this Dev Direct for Ara. I have not had a chance to rewatch it, but what they showed off today, Mav, and I heard you mentioning it. My God, this game's like ready to come out. I can see, like, is this gonna be shadow dropped? Like this seems like it's ready. Obviously, they're not ready.
Well, they even made it. The reason I said that because while they're talking about it, they were like making this from start to completion. And I was like,
right.
She just said completion.
Right.
but maybe I missed it in context what that was referring to. But I thought that's what I was like. She just said the game was complete. Like I didn't know. But anyway,
Maybe they're trying to get the console versions ready and they're going to launch them all at one time. Maybe that's the case. We'll find out later this year. But anyways, Ara History Untold. My God, that game is gorgeous, Mav. Just from what I saw on my phone, I got to go back and watch it in 4K. But for a grand strategy game,
oh yeah,
Age of Wonders 4, which I bought day one this year on Xbox, is a beautiful game. It is a beautiful strategy game. What they're doing with the scope of this strategy game and how they're letting you kind of create your own destiny towards victory. Everything that I saw from my phone, I was like, oh, this is even more impressive than I thought it was going to be. I am day one PC Game Pass. If it comes out on console, great, but I will be day one PC Game Pass on this game. Ara looks absolutely fantastic. Like I said, getting to see some of the people from Oxide Games, and again, I got to go back and listen to more because I could only catch bits and pieces, but how they were talking about the game map, the level of detail that they were talking about, it was reminiscent of listening to the Age of Empires team talk about how much they enjoy making these styles of game, how they enjoy the history behind the characters and the different civilizations that they're creating. They have that same type of mentality that the Age of Empires team does, World's Edge has. And for me, that was like, whoa, okay. All right. And then I just saw what they were doing and I saw kind of how it grew and where they started and kind of where they're at now. And I was like, this game's day one, man. Day one for me. Day one. I love this. Look at this game.
I'm getting there too, bro, because like I'm not as big. I like strategy games, but more so I've been more into either RTS games or tactics games are usually kind of my like strategy type games that I really get into. However, there was a time when I did get into Civ back on the 360, back with Civ 4. I got into that for a while, and I was like, oh, this is actually really great. I just, I think I've played maybe a little bit of 5. I can't even remember if I've tried 5, to be honest with you. I know I haven't touched the last one. But this, like, the detail in the fucking buildings and environments and stuff, like, and I was laughing my ass off when they had like the 14 cougars like chasing like I'm like, this is crazy. And
the armies look like too.
There's like one mountain lion per 5
one mountain
or
lion.
something.
Right,
and
right,
so
right.
like, but they show like all these different aspects, and this is really a blend of different strategy genres in a way. Taking that like core essence of like a Civ type game, but growing it out to where it's a lot more than that, And for me, this has a lot of the things that I love about other strategy games, right? Like it has aspects of things that I love about Age of Empires, right? It has aspects of things that I've loved about Civ when I got into it. It has aspects of things that I love about like even a game like Command and Conquer, because of like not saying it's anything like Command and Conquer, but there's like little stuff with the way it looks like you're managing potentially like in your like army and stuff like that, and decisions you're making, advancing with power ups and technology and all that kind of stuff, and like there's a lot there where I'm really intrigued by this more than I am usually large strategy games, right?
Yeah.
So they are really hooking me on this right now, and I'm gonna for sure play it when it comes out. On PC, I do want a console version, right? I imagine with the scope of everything they're doing, that's probably why the challenge is for consoles, because working on the control scheme and everything like that to get it to a great place is probably something they're focused on. And I think it'll hit consoles because Xbox's Play Anywhere initiative. If it doesn't, then bullshit, right? But I really think this is potentially has a chance to become the next big great strategy franchise for PC.
Yeah.
Right? You're talking about Total Wars, you're talking about Age or in the Civ and all these different games.
Huge.
Like this has a chance to become a game that's up there in that upper echelon, because I haven't seen one of these games before that looks as good as this game does.
It looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it's insane. Like Anno 1800 is gorgeous, right?
Yes.
But this looks even better than that.
Yes.
And that's just mainly a city builder, right? So yeah, it's impressive, man.
And I love the same time, and Bold Alpha's super chat here I'm going to get to because he just brought it up too.
Yeah, we
But
got
the real
2 more as well.
okay. But so I'll let you read them then. But the real time, the instant turn, the change how they did
Yeah.
it, so you're not waiting on the AI to do their turn and
Mhm.
then strategizing off of what you just saw them do, but everything happens at one time. Bold Alpha will talk about it in his super chat, bringing in, like you were just talking about, a little bit of the real time strategy to it, where it's instantaneous, and they said it's it's very quick, and you don't get to strategize that way anymore. You now have to kind of predict what what the AI is doing. Mav, you and I could have some co-op sessions in this against AI that I
Oh,
think would be
that's
pretty
yeah, and
fucking
that's the thing
awesome,
too when
bro.
like,
Yeah.
I love co-op in these kind of
Yes.
games,
Yes.
like, it's just a
Yes.
lot of fun. Now, they're long ass play sessions usually, so,
Right.
we'll
But this
do, like
sounds like it's gonna be faster, but
right.
we'll see.
Yeah, I'm super intrigued, bro, I can't wait.
And the fact that they're taking tech all the way to the point where you can get mechs, yo, most of the
Yeah, I
time we
saw
don't
that.
get
I was
that
like,
far.
somebody,
Yes.
I think I was like, those
Future.
mechs? Is that mechs?
Yes.
Like, what's
Yes. Let's
wow.
go.
Yeah,
From Stone Age to mechs. Yes. Let's do it.
let's grow.
All right, go ahead. Get your super chats.
Uh, Grumble with a
Grumble, grumble. Grumble, grumble,
with a
grumble, grumble,
$2
grumble.
super chat says, "I'd be so psyched for consoles, Ara. I'm a Mac user.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
a lot of people say, "Oh, just
They'll be
leave
coming.
strategy games off of consoles and stuff."
Nope.
Man, I fucking love strategy games on console. That's where I
So do
usually
I.
prefer to play. I don't know why. I mean, I like them on PC too, but first strategy games I ever played was on PC. That's where I got into Command and Conquer, which was the first one
Mhm.
I ever played.
Yeah.
And then after that, though, I played Command and Conquers on console, and I loved them just as much. So, um, I I think they belong both places
They do.
personally, and
Yep.
I think they can figure it out if they make it a priority. Um, let's see. We got a Ray Chi with the Canadian $2 says one more turn, the saddest sentence of gaming Civ. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely, bro.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
then Bold Alpha Wolfpack with a $5 super chat says, "I like Ara has the guts to try RTS without a turn-based system. I like that. Push those boundaries. That's what I want in RTS. Day one for me as well."
Yes.
Right on, bro.
Awesome, Gold Alpha. Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to Aura. I think they had a great showing today, and I thought again the personalities of the team, people not used to being in front of the camera per
Yeah.
se, showed up. And again, that joke, I was laughing at work. I couldn't help myself. I was laughing at my desk because I was like, oh my god, that was classic right there.
Yeah.
So just really great to see Aura. Great to see Oxide, and can't wait. Second half of the year. Let's go. It's gonna be big. We're gonna talk about it. Then let's move on to Hellblade 2. I said this before when we talked about the show, when we were kind of predicting, or when we were just talking in general about the show coming up and the dev direct. And I said that from the descriptor, I kind of knew what Hellblade 2 was going to be. Like I think we all agreed that we needed to see a date here. And obviously we got the word this week, the rumor started flying again, that May 21st was a date. Colt had brought it up months and months ago. He had heard it. But it kind of got confirmed, or people were saying, yeah, it's May 21st. And then, so I was expecting what I got out of this. I did get to see some new gameplay clips. If you guys go back and listen to our shows last week when I talked about this, I said I'm cool. I can see more Hellblade 2. I'm not in the camp that I've seen enough. That's just me personally, because every time I see a little bit more and it's new stuff, I get a little bit more excited, right, for Hellblade 2. So for me, that was fine, but I knew we were going to get the behind the scenes. The descriptor was right on. I think they could have cut. This is the one part of the show I'm kind of getting ahead of myself when we talk about our overall thoughts, or our ending scores for the show or whatever. But I think this part here, they could have cut down, given us a sizzle reel of Hellblade 2 gameplay, a couple of comments from some of the devs, and maybe a couple more scenes behind, just a couple quick flashes of some stuff behind the scenes of them working on it, and then just giving us the date. And it would have been much more impactful than it was. And I think they could have slotted in actually a 6th game into the show had they done that. The behind the scenes stuff is cool. Again, I talk about it all the time. It's just with Ninja Theory and Hellblade 2 specifically. We have gotten so much behind the scenes stuff. We have seen so much of their studio. We have heard from so many of their devs. Again, if you guys want to do that, that's fine. Post it on the Xbox YouTube channel. Throw it out on Xbox Wire and say, hey, if you want to hear more from the devs, you want to see some more behind the scenes stuff, here it is. It's over here. Go watch it. This to me was the one part of the show, even though I was expecting it, where I was like, didn't need to be here. Didn't need to be here in this format. The date was important. Hellblade 2 is a big game this year. I liked what I saw, Mav. Again, the little small clips of some of the new stuff, some of the I think they gave us, again, I wasn't watching it totally focused because I was at work, but what I did see, I think a couple of the combat scenes were new. Talk about visceral. When she put that sword through the back of that dude's head, that was ridiculous. The sounds from her were so realistic about a person that's swinging a sword or cutting somebody. Like I was like, and that was just from my one earpiece.
Because you have a lot of experience with that.
Yeah, right. I have total experience with that. But no, I'm just saying in general, you don't always get that. But that had impact. And then when she got punched in the face, I was like, I think one of you exclaimed too when she either might have been Steel when she got cold clocked in the side of the skull. I was like, yo, I felt that from here. I was like, that's cool. And then again, I could hear some more of the talking. And then when they showed the two girls walking around the microphone with the 360 sound and how they get the voice, again, you guys are spot on. I heard some of your takes on this, talking about how, you know, Hellblades, and I've talked about it plenty of times playing the first one. I still haven't beat it, but I'm like 75%, 80% through. But that experience is why I have to take breaks every 45 minutes. This one's going to be even more intense than the first one, how they're doing the sound. So all that was really cool. It was good to see. Like I said, I thought they could have slotted in a 6 game here, cut that one down. But what I did see, the new stuff, even though it was quick, impressed me even more. Every time I see this game, when they show gameplay, no matter what it is, whether it's walking, whether it's action, I don't care. It impresses me more and more. They're going to set the bar. They're going to set the bar in the form of detail and graphics here, Mav. So I really, you know, again, I said all of that to say, even though it wasn't necessarily what I needed here, I still enjoyed seeing what they were doing, and I liked the Hellblade 2 showing here, and especially getting us confirmation that the May 21st, week before my birthday, early birthday present, was awesome. I thought it was good.
Yeah. So I kind of think it was kind of what I expected it to be with the Hellblade 2. We talked about it beforehand as like, you know, to be slow moving clips and stuff, like, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But like, we got actually quite a bit more new footage than I thought we would get, which was really cool.
I gotta go back and watch it, but that's what I was saying. I thought we were seeing more new stuff. Yeah.
And them talking more about the story and stuff like that as well, I found great. So I was actually pleasantly surprised by what we got from Hellblade 2 at this event. I was with you. I'm kind of like sold on the game already. I didn't really need to know that much anymore. I just want to play it when it comes out. But I really actually enjoyed the Hellblade segment more than I thought I would. I thought I would kind of check out because I'm just kind of like, you know, we've already seen so much of the game. We just got the gameplay trailer in December, so I was like good on it. But yeah, it was very cool one to watch. We got a lot of talk from Melina Juergens as well.
Yes.
And that was all really cool. So I liked what they did with Hellblade 2, being that they had a little bit to come up with to show, because I already talked about it so much. I felt
we got to see more Iceland. It was great.
I feel like they kind of touched on multiple different things.
They did
with this.
They kind of recapped everything they had showed us before.
Exactly, and with more new footage. So for me, I was like, yeah, it's pretty damn good, and I loved what I saw from the game. Like, it looks fantastic. The graphics are just absolutely mind blowing. The audio is absolutely mind blowing. Learning about the story a little bit more. It's like giants all attacking and stuff like that. It's not just the one. I guess there's gonna be more than one, because that's what they said the basic story is based on. Which I don't know if they said that before. I kind of checked out if they did, but I'm into it. Want to just play the game when it comes out. That wasn't the only that's not what everybody was talking about with Hellblade.
No, I was just gonna say, let's get into this discussion right now since we're here on Hellblade 2. I knew we were gonna do this too. And I see people in the chat already talking about it as well. So Mav, for anybody who doesn't know yet, it came out afterwards. The first person I saw reporting on it was Andy Robinson from VGC, the guy who famously has Mav blocked because Mav dare say something to him. So I have to screenshot his. Did you like how I did that too? In fun for you.
You know what? I thought I saw his. Maybe he unblocked me.
Did he unblock you? That'd be cool if he did.
He might have unblocked me. I don't know. Or maybe you what? Maybe I saw
reconciliation. Yeah, because I did do an extra screenshot in the Fun Spec fam for you. Oh, you eat nerds? You're eating nerds.
I am. I am eating nerds.
Okay,
all right. Really good.
Sorry, chat for Mav, but you guys are all used to this by now. He's eating nerds. But what came out, Andy Robinson reported from VGC that Hellblade 2 is going to be digital only. It is going to be $50. You heard that right. $50.
Oh, still blocked.
Sorry. Still blocked? Okay. All right. Shout out to Andy.
Yeah. Pundits.
$50. And it is going to be on par with the first game with an average gameplay of 8 hours. So, and they said it in the trailer, or they said it in the show today. In the beginning, Steele caught it. I think I heard him call it out first. I had caught it right away when they said it. Smaller, they said shorter, narrative-driven experience. Now, we had speculated on Hellblade 2 for a couple years, Mav. When it first was announced, we thought the potential was there, that Ninja Theory was going to go bigger. Because their first one was when they were still an indie studio. They had a small team, small budget. Microsoft, Xbox gave them a brand new studio, state of the art motion capture. Like, we thought with the budget, with the time that they've been given on this game, I think all of us to a T, not to say that we thought this was going to be some 40, 50 hour RPG experience, like some crazy shit. But we all probably, I think, if we all got down to the nitty gritty, probably thought we were, 15 hours, 20 hours, somewhere in that neighborhood, like a good, narrative, third person driven game usually is 15, 20 hours. That's usually roughly where they are. Sometimes more, depending on side quests and all that kind of stuff. But that's we just thought that, I think most of us thought that that's where it was going. So I'll let you go first on this one, and I'll give you my thoughts. Because I don't know how much you guys talked about this during the show. I had to check out before you guys started really talking about the after stuff. So when you found this out, Mav, when this popped up after the show, give me your feeling, disappointment, or just kind of surprise, shocked at all, or, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. $50 is, okay, all right. Digital only. I mean, give me your general thoughts about what you think about this right now that you kind of know this is what we're going to get, is more of the first one. Obviously, they're taking it to another level, like we just talked about. Like, everything is going to be much, like, you can just see it. There's people out here honestly saying that it looks like the first game. I'm like, no, you guys are so fucking stupid. Anyways, but what did you think about this kind of idea that they're going small again and it's $50 and it's gonna be digital only?
So first I saw that, I was like, really? Yeah, I mean, like, not just be like, it's not like a disappointed, really?
Sure.
It's not it's not a disappointment. It's more of like it's surprising. Does that make sense? Like, in not a disappointing way, but like, I didn't expect that, because they've been like, it just seems like with how long they've been working on this game and marketing it, talking about it for all this time. And I remember, and I talked about this a little bit. I remember one of the first times we saw it, and maybe it was when they were, so maybe the second time we shot it was when they showed us like Iceland, I think. And they talked about how this was gonna be like bigger and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I like, they're maybe gonna open it up more or whatever. And we haven't really seen a lot of that. It wasn't until really more recently we started getting more information or and stuff. And but the scope of the game was not ever really talked about too much, except for that early on talk when they talked about Iceland and stuff and how this was going to be grander and all that kind of stuff. So that's always kind of been in the back of my mind, right?
Mm,
Is that
yeah.
kind of like it kind of set an expectation that this is like they're taking it to another level a little bit, and not just the
Yes.
graphics and story and immersion, but also the scope, right? Of what
Right.
they were
Right.
doing. So I that was always kind of in the back of my mind. Now, if I'm being honest, I don't necessarily want to play like a 20-hour Hellblade.
Okay.
Like
I
so
understand.
like
I understand completely. Again,
yeah.
I,
so
I I had to take
like
breaks
for
on the first one, so that's why I haven't finished it
the
yet. So
more the
I
more
get it.
that they have shown of the game, it has been seeming to be more and more looking like this first scope or style of the first game, but they hadn't
Yes.
really
Yes.
talked about it. So it was like, how is this going to be? How open or how? What are you going to do? And all this kind of stuff. And like, I still expected it to be longer, right? Story wise, I
Mhm.
was thinking maybe like 12 to like 15 hours, and that
Sure.
would be
Yeah.
kind of like for as intense of an experience that Hellblade is. That was kind of like
Right.
my what I was hoping for like the max. Is that the fact that it's shorter doesn't bother me at all
Right.
because it's about the experience from start to finish of what you have. I sat here on stream and played Hellblade 1 from start to finish in one
Yes.
sitting, right?
Yes. I
And
remember you did that stream. Yeah.
that
That's
was like
awesome.
after like the third or fourth time I tried getting into it, and that time it clicked, and
Right.
I couldn't stop playing. Right? It took me about 10 hours, maybe
Mhm.
11, or maybe it was around 10, I think, to play. Of course, I had to get up, use a bathroom, and like little things like that, and stuff
Right.
like that. So I don't know what my actual clock of playtime would say, right? But if it's the same length as that, I'm completely okay with that. Um, I would have liked to see potentially them expand beyond that, the scope, to see what else they can do. I'm kind of curious how what the world and what that's going to be like, but overall story wise, I'm okay with it. I think they're asking the right price for it, but it is also interesting that one of the like bigger games is also like a $50 game for this year, right? So like they are setting that price, but also it's like, does that matter? Like I don't know. Like for example, like Helldivers 2 is a $50 game, right? It's multiplayer focus thing.
Yes.
People
Yes.
consider that double A. You know what I mean? Like it does, but Alan Wake 2 was $50. Nobody considers that double A at
Right.
all. You know what I mean?
Right.
But also Alan Wake 2 is closer to 20 hours long.
Hmm.
So like there's a lot of like things with this about, and it's really what it comes down to is every fucking game is different, and it comes down to what's put into the game and how much you enjoy it for the time that you play it, and if it's worth it to you. And like I feel like this is a big AAA game still, right? Like based on everything they're doing and groundbreaking with this. Like remember, even PlayStation and Insomniac was saying that their goal by what 2020 like 8 or what 2026 or whatever it is to
Mhm.
achieve the level of Hellblade 2,
Right.
right?
Right.
So
Right.
like this is setting benchmarks in the industry. And I think that overall I'm like that's where all the vision, that's where all the things are going, is the immersion aspect of it, and really telling a quality important story. And they're not necessarily worried about all the other stuff. They're not worried about how big and open the game is, how long it
Right.
is. They're focused on making as great of a experience as they can.
Yes.
So to that point, like I'm excited for that, but it was still a surprise, and not a negative way. Just like oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Hellblade 2 is about the same length as Hellblade 1. I figured with everything with the all this other stuff, they would have kind of blown it up a little bit more than that. But they blew it up in other ways more, right? So I don't know. It's interesting. How do you feel about it?
Um, I'm. I guess I'm very similar to what you're saying, and like I'm kind of getting an idea. There's a couple different sides to this when it comes to my thoughts. So, am I a little disappointed? I could probably say I'm a little disappointed because I was thinking that we are going to get a bigger I kind of wanted a bigger experience, but again, I'm not doing that thing where, oh, it's not what I wanted, so it's trash. No, 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 no. Again, every time I see this game, it's more and more
Yeah.
interesting to me, and I get more hyped for it. And again, it's going to set the bar in a lot of ways. So it's not that type. It's just that I also know Ninja Theory. So, God, where do I want to start? So Ninja Theory to me is extremely, obviously, talented team that can do a lot of different games. Listen, you guys, don't know how many of you played Heavenly Sword. Great game. Okay, great game. A lot of people want Heavenly Sword to come back.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you played and enjoyed the Devil May Cry reboot that Ninja Theory did. I personally enjoyed the hell out of that Devil May Cry. I personally loved what they do. I know they can do action games. They are multi-talented. I think that I've got this idea, and I thought about this when we used to speculate on Hellblade 2, what it was going to be. When they showed us, especially when they showed us the giant sequence, right?
Yeah.
And they showed us surrounded by these people. I thought that Senua's evolution, or her, what do I want to say? The way that they were taking her story, I thought it was going to start to include bigger groups of people or bigger ideas about what was happening in the world. At the same time, she was dealing with her psychosis and her voices. I had put out the idea that maybe she gained control of the voices in some manner, and they empowered her in ways once she gained control of them, and that this was going to then lead to a bigger world kind of conflict in which she kind of became the de facto leader because she was empowered, because she had these kind of, extraordinary powers because of the voices, that she was given foresight, that she was given, people started she was becoming a leader of people because of what she could do. So I thought that that's the way they were going. But today's showing definitely kind of made it seem as if, no, this is definitely still about Senua and her personal battle. Yes, she is maturing, she is evolving, she is growing with these voices, and things are changing for her, but it's still about her personal battle. It is still, the main focus is going to be the psychosis and the mental illness, or whatever you want to call it, at that time, and how she's got to try to conquer these things. And a lot of the combat is going to be her against the demons and all this kind of stuff, and that her life is always in jeopardy at any given moment because of what she's going through, which is fine. I'm cool with that. Again, enjoy the first one, the 75-80% I've gotten through it. I enjoy it. I really do. So I'm cool with that. So now I'm kind of getting the idea and hearing them talk, not to say that they will never go back to a bigger, like a more regular type video game, not to say that they'll never go back and do a bigger experience or an action-packed game. But I think that Ninja Theory has settled into becoming, and again, I don't want you guys to take this as slander, because it's not. It's actually a compliment. But I think that now we can kind of expect, especially with Project Mara coming down down the road after potentially Hellblade 2 here, that Ninja Theory has settled into the idea that they are a boutique video game maker. And for anybody who isn't familiar with boutiques, they are specialty shops, a lot of it handcrafted items that you can find nowhere else, extremely unique, can be very expensive, but you're not going to find them. People aren't going to come to your house if you buy an item from a boutique shop and say, oh, I just saw that at Target the other day. No. These are handcrafted, finely made pieces, right? And I think that Ninja Theory is kind of the boutique shop, the boutique developer of video games for Xbox. And I'm cool with that. If this is what they want to explore, and we've heard Project Mara is along the same lines as Hellblade 2, that it is about, and they talked about it today, about diving into the mental aspects. That's why they do all the work in the sound and all that kind of stuff. That it is about that experience and about what people go through. They talked about how they brought in professionals and people who deal with psychosis to get the experience right. I think that's what I think that if that's their vision, if that's their goal for the studio and they want to focus on those types of games and it's going to be smaller experiences, but they're going to be extremely memorable or intense and atmospheric and giving us things that we don't get every day in video games. Like I said, the boutique type video game, I'm cool with that. Right. I'll readjust my kind of expectations around what Ninja Theory is doing.
Yeah.
And I heard Steele bring up, well, maybe they do the bigger one for the third. That's still a possibility, but I'm not going to say I heard that today from what they were saying. Right. I think they're going to wrap up with number 3 on Hellblade with a another smaller narrative driven focus type experience about maybe the last days of Senua or where she winds up. And maybe they end the story with you not knowing necessarily where she winds up, but having her become a complete person in our eyes as we played through this entire trilogy, right? Having gone from the scared girl who had
a full arc
what going on
right.
to a full arc once it's all said and done. Whatever it is. I just thought it was interesting. The digital only. Listen, we've talked about this. This goes back to digital versus physical. This goes back to where the industry is going. If this is what they want to do and they're not going to release a physical copy and it's going to be digital only, then so be it. That's where the industry is going. We can rail against it. We can fight against it. We can say it's awful. We can say it could be the death of the industry, like a lot of people do, doom and gloom. I personally don't think it is. But if that's what they want to do with this game and they want to make it digital, then so be it. Maybe they do a re-release with a physical special edition down the road with a statue or something down the road. Who knows? But for right now, if they want to release digital only, that's their choice. Again, most of what is it? It's up to almost 70 some percent digital now across the globe. In Europe, it's like 85, 88% digital.
This one will
now.
be 100%.
Yeah, this one will be 100%. So, and the $50 price point, love it. There's a lot for the quality that we're getting out of Hellblade 2. And again, it's going to be in Game Pass, so I'm not worried about it either way. But for them to be saying to the public, we know this is a shorter experience, that's rare that they're offering this for $50. Like we already know for a fact that Nintendo or Sony would sell this at $70. Like there's zero question about that. So the fact they're offering for $50, I see people using this to downplay this game. I can't help you people. You people are just stupid. You guys are just ridiculous. They are just saying to the fans, we believe we have produced a $50 game with this experience that may be shorter than other video games, but we believe that this game that we are making is worth $50 to you guys. And maybe that's a part of the digital only. I saw somebody in the chat bring it up. I forget who said it. I think somebody asked us, maybe it's in the super chat. In fact, somebody asked us whether or not we think that we could start seeing discounts on digital only. Generally speaking, I will say no on the console side. That's normal on the PC side. We all know Steam sales are the best ever. Everything's cheaper over there. Even day one games are generally $10 cheaper on Steam or whatever store is your choice on PC, because they do give the discount. But that's because PC Master Race has demanded that they don't raise those prices ever. And it makes sense because there is no physical copy. There's none of the money that's invested into a physical copy is there. So they generally digital only is all profit. So I don't think on a grand scale, we'll start seeing that discount on a regular basis quite yet. Maybe once consoles do go full digital, we'll start seeing a more PC-like, but then again, on consoles, we also pay to play online, which PC owners don't. So, but I just think it was an interesting choice. Like I said, would I be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed that's not a little bit bigger? Yes. But again, overall, that doesn't mean that in the grand scheme of things, that's nothing compared to how excited I am to play this game. And I love where they're going. And if that's what they decided their vision and goals are, I'm all for it. That's what I'm all about, devs. It's not about giving me what I want all the damn time. It's about what the devs want to do with their games and their stories. And like you said, Mav, like the intensity of Hellblade, honestly, a longer experience would be a marathon. For me specifically, it'd be a marathon because of how many times I have to take breaks. And I've seen other people bring this up, and I don't want to miss this point too. And I want, people are bringing this up. Maybe this time around, though, Hellblade 2 is more packed with action than the first one. Maybe it'll feel like a longer experience than the first one because we might be in and out of actual sequences that are battles or that are more puzzles, not just the same kind of puzzles that we got in the first one. Maybe it will feel like a much more condensed kind of experience, or no, I shouldn't say condensed, but just a bigger experience overall, even if hours wise it's not, just because of how much we're doing in this game versus the first one. We'll have to wait and see on that. But if that's the case, then I can definitely get with that as well. So yeah, I just think it's an interesting thing that they decided to do.
Yeah,
that's all.
For sure. Spartan661 member for 5 months. Appreciate you, Spartan. Says, you think Xbox digital exclusives will be cheaper?
Yes, that's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Do you think they eventually do get to the point where they start offering?
I think the industry's doing something different right now in general. Like, and it's not just Xbox, because I mean, last year we saw Assassin's Creed Mirage come out, which was $50. And that one for me is still a big game. Like, I don't know what the average playthrough time is for people on Assassin's Creed Mirage, but it felt like a full game to me. Now, it's not an Odyssey or a Valhalla size Assassin's Creed, but it still feels like the scope, at least of the older Assassin's Creed, which I still considered to be big games when I played them back then. So, like, that was a $50 game. You had Alan Wake 2 come out, which was digital only as well, which was $50. And, you know, I love Assassin's Creed Mirage, what I've played of it so far. I've put several hours into it. Alan Wake 2 I haven't gotten into yet, but it was nominated for several different Game of the Year awards. So overall, these $50 kind of games that we're seeing more of recently, I think this is like something where these companies are realizing that, you know, I think we might actually sell more games if we're not charging $70 fucking dollars for every game. And maybe, and I don't know what goes in for them to decide at times. What are they going to charge 74? Or Alan Wake 2 was 60? I thought Alan Wake 2 was 50. Was it 60? Maybe it was 60. I don't remember. Anyway, like I remember Assassin's Creed Mirage was 50, and like,
yes,
like there seems to be more of these things going on, and I don't know why they decide to charge $70 for something. You know, Alan Wake 2, I paid $50 for it because I got it on sale. That's what it was. Sorry. But as in general, we're seeing more of this different kind of stuff, right? But I think, I don't know what drives it. Ultimately, as a business, you're trying to make the biggest return on your investment you can, right? And price point is a decision, especially in a digital ecosystem where you can set the price of whatever you really fucking want to and to see how it does. Like, you can sell, if they sell it for $10 and sell 20 million more copies, right? That's probably a pretty damn good adjustment on the price, right? But like, if they sell it for 30 and they sell how many more, it's like, okay, lowering the price gets us how many more sales, like what's the return on that, and all these kind of things. So there's a somebody who makes those decisions. I don't know who, right? Somebody within Xbox that says, okay, we think we're going to get the best return on this game based on what the perceived value is for $50, right? Now, there's no physical option out there, but you do have the Game Pass option as well. So maybe they're thinking maybe more people will buy it because there's maybe there's, are they going to do the whole $35 like extra upgrade premium thing on this game? I don't, like, it's a single player only kind of 8 hour. Like, what are you going to get really for that?
They're not doing,
you know what I mean?
They're not doing anything else.
So like,
right?
what? So, there's not a lot of opportunity to sell extra stuff on it either. So maybe they're thinking the way to sell the most copies of it is maybe to have a little bit lower price point for the length of the game, and then maybe that people will buy it and that aren't subscribed to Game Pass. You know what I mean? It's also going to be on PC, right? So there's a good chance that this will have a good sized PC audience, that maybe it'll do better on PC with that as well.
Game's going to be freaking gorgeous on PC.
It's going to, if people want to test the graphics prowess of their PCs, a lot of them are maybe going to get Hellblade, right? Like, there's reasoning behind a lot of these things. I don't know, like, who makes a decision. Sometimes they make better decisions than others, right?
Right.
But I think this is a thing that we're seeing more of
Mhm.
recently, and it's not just by Xbox. So the $50 game is still a big game,
Yeah.
and it can be a super high quality game, right? Was Remnant 2 $50?
Remnant 2 was it 60 for the regular and then 80 for the
Was it
deluxe? Because I
60?
bought the deluxe, I think.
It's like there's $60 games, there's $70 games, there's $50 games, there's $40 games. It's like it's fucking all over the place, man. Like
Maybe it was only 50. No, 60. I gotta believe
60.
it was 60. Yeah.
There
I
was
think the
another
deluxe
big
with the
game last year that was
DLC.
$50, and I'm trying to remember what it
No,
was.
yeah. No, wait, hold on. Uh, for the deluxe. No, it was $50 on Steam, so I think it was 60 on Xbox. I could be
Okay,
wrong.
so
It could have
50
been
on
$50
PC.
across the board. Yeah, I got the early
Maybe
access
it's
and got
Dead
the
Island
DLC. So
2.
maybe no, Dead Island 2 was 70. I remember that.
70. Fuck, I
Yeah,
don't
that
even
was
know what it
70.
was, man.
Yeah,
I really feel like there's another big game that was $50. It did really well.
it could have been.
Assassin.
It's a good point though, no matter what. I
Yeah,
mean, because
it's
you forget that some teams have started doing that a little bit. I'd be curious to know on Hellblade 2 specifically, Matt. I would be curious to see the budget on it.
yeah,
Like that, like because to me, the amount of time they put
it's a
into
lot
it,
of time.
they've expanded that studio, they've hired a ton of people compared to the first one. But maybe, much like Remedy, maybe even though the game is extremely like high, the really high bar, maybe they are one of those teams that are extremely efficient. Maybe that's why they can offer at $50, right? Maybe that's a part of
Yeah.
it because I really want to see that budget because I know people were blown away when they found out Alan Wake 2 cost 50 million, right? Compared to
Mhm.
350 million for Spider-Man, right? So like I would love to see the budget on this one, but maybe that's the case. Or maybe, like you said, it's just that they feel that's the right price point that they're going to sell the most copies they can digital only, especially on the PC side of things. Maybe that
Mhm.
is like the mark that they wanted. It's a good move. It's a gutsy move, and I like it. It's bold, and if the industry is going to start doing this more frequently, then great,
Yeah.
fantastic. Yeah,
Yeah, I
obviously,
think for regardless physical, digital, I think it makes it easier if it's digital, right?
yes,
There's
yes.
less other factors. It's just about what storefronts you're in and stuff like that. So maybe that's part of the reason they didn't want to have two different price points. They wanted to do
I,
50,
yeah,
and putting it on disc, maybe they'd have to charge a little bit more. I don't know.
yeah, I don't
There's
know.
lots of reasons why it is a little surprising to get a digital only on
Yeah,
a game like a Hellblade, right?
right.
So interesting decisions. But I'm okay with them. Maybe they are going to be doing the discless Xbox at some point sooner than we think.
Maybe possible. It is possible. Um, yeah, we'll see
I'm
down the
sitting here like
road.
looking through the games from last
I
year
know
trying
I'm
to
sure
find
you
them.
are. You're trying to find the one.
I know Hi-Fi Rush wasn't $60, but it also wasn't like considered like
No, it
the
was 30
cheapest
bucks. It
game.
was
Yeah,
30 bucks.
yeah,
So, all right, Mav. Great discussion on Hellblade 2. Let's get to the surprise game in the middle here. Square Enix. Out of the blue, of course, during the show, if you guys haven't watched the full show, if you just watch the highlights, you wouldn't see it, but they, did their usual, or they kind of circled on the screen what game they're going to go to next, and then they had done Avowed, and then they had done Ara, and then all of a sudden there was like a box pop up, and it said, what did it say, Mav? It said, what did it say? It said unknown, not an unknown entity, but unknown something
yeah.
is
It's like a hack
breaking.
or something.
It was
Yeah,
like a hack, right? And then all of a sudden they started pulling down slowly, like somebody was editing the screen live, and it was a screenshot or a artwork of Visions of Mana from Square Enix, of course. And suddenly we had the director of Visions of Mana, I forget his name off the top of my head, um, going into Visions of Mana, welcoming Xbox fans. Like it was like absolutely surprising. I again, when we talked about this stuff, we had named maybe Stalker 2 is going to be there, and then we were like, nah, that's still not really first party. We were thinking that they weren't going to do anything but first party or directly published games. Here it is, Square Enix, Visions of Mana. Mana franchise is extremely well known. Certainly not to the level of Final Fantasy, but if you are old enough to go back when Mana games like Secret of Mana is considered one of the greatest RPGs of all time by a lot of people, if you were back around that time, it was well known. It still is to this day, and they haven't done a whole lot with the Mana series, and they're bringing it back. And Visions of Mana is the first big game they've had in over a decade for the Mana series. Might be approaching 2 decades, but I'm trying to think what the last one was. But this is a full-blown Square Enix AAA, not Final Fantasy level, because they're going for realism in Final Fantasy. This keeps the classic JRPG style, but not turn-based, action-based for all you turn-based haters out there. This is an action-based JRPG. It looks gorgeous. When they first showed it off, what show did they do that? TGS, right? Tokyo Game Show, I think, was the first time we saw it, Mav.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure it was Tokyo. Pretty sure it was Tokyo Game Show. When they first showed it off, and that was when we first found out that it was coming to Xbox, because they did all the platforms at the end.
Square, that thing was Square there, yeah.
Square, yeah. So, but my God, they showed off more gameplay today, Mav, and game looks beautiful. Absolutely drop dead. If you like the old school anime style, not the old school, right? Not the flat.
It was the Game Awards.
Was it the Game Awards?
Yeah, it was the
Game
Awards.
First time we saw it?
That's what their announced trailer was at the Game Awards.
Oh, we've seen so much content that my brain loses. Yeah. Okay, all right. So that was the first time we ever saw it?
Yeah, it's just a fucking month ago, man. Like the Game Awards.
That tweaks me out, man. I totally thought it was like TGS.
No,
okay,
not that.
All right,
Game Awards, bro. That's
wow. Okay, so yeah, big W for Xbox. Again, I have blasted Square Enix on all the shows I'm on. Whenever Square Enix comes up, when they have skipped Xbox, when they have seemingly done stupid decisions for no reason, like Octopath Traveler 2 not showing up on Xbox after Octopath Traveler 1 was in Game Pass, after being a Nintendo exclusive, a Switch exclusive for over a year, and then it showed up in the Game Pass. They talked about how many new fans they had of Octopath Traveler, how good the audience was. They were seeing all these people play it on Game Pass and how much they love to see that. And then Octopath Traveler 2 is announced, and PlayStation gets it, which they didn't get the first one. Like, these mistakes from the old management of Square Enix, I blasted, right? You have to cultivate a fan base. Sure, you can say that, not a lot of people play these Square Enix games over on Xbox. Well, that's because you guys have no consistency ever. But we know Square Enix is now under new management. Phil was up on stage down in Vegas during the Final Fantasy kind of get together down there. And, that's where they announced that Final Fantasy 14, the MMO, was finally coming to Xbox. We're getting that later this year. Xbox kind of biffed that announcement too, said it was launching the beta, and the beta is not ready yet for Xbox. It's coming, but it's not ready yet. But we had Phil up there shaking hands with the new CEO of Square Enix. They have spoken openly, publicly, saying that they're going to change how they do things. We just had another interview with them this week, talking about how they are going to stop trying to do so many different things, and they're going to focus on what they're good at, but they're also going to put their games in more places, obviously one of them being Xbox. It's a new era in a way for Square Enix and Xbox's relationship, and I think this right here, Mav, definitely solidified that. Xbox took what we all thought was just a first-party show for Dev Directs, slotted in Square Enix's new Mana game. Mana not being the biggest of their franchise, but certainly a beloved franchise of Square Enix that a lot of people have been waiting for to come back. Shout out to Miles Dampier, who absolutely is over the moon that Mana is coming out and Visions of Mana is coming out, and that it's coming to Xbox. But this was a big moment for that relationship, and I thought the game was drop dead gorgeous, showed off extremely well. The excitement, enthusiasm, dude. Who is the dude in the leather, the all black, the Yakuza looking dude?
That guy was crazy,
bro.
man.
I love the Square Enix devs themselves. They have so many characters bro. They have so many different characters who have all different styles, but man, I love that look, bro. I was like, oh, I want that jacket,
Yeah.
man. That jacket was dope. Just a great showing here for the dev direct, a great surprise. Really knocked it out of the park, really kind of showed off that this is real, that Phil, Sarah, how many trips they've taken over in Japan. Obviously, Phil talked about in the past that we got to kind of kick Square Enix in the butt because they're not on board. Like, it's finally paying off. And this is, I think, the first of many to come. There's rumors now that maybe Final Fantasy VII Remake is maybe in the pipeline down the road here to be ported over to Xbox. What'd you think about Visions of Mana, Mav? What'd you think about the announcement, the surprise, Square being at this dev direct? What did you think about all of this?
Oh man, that was a crazy surprise. Like I expected a surprise. I wasn't expecting a third party publisher.
Right.
And then I wasn't expecting, if we got a third party publisher, for it to be Square Enix. So that's just like off the wall, like out of nowhere, just crazy. It's great to see that. It's a game that we only, I guess, since Game Awards got announced. I remember we had kind of oh, that's awesome reaction when we saw it. I didn't remember when it was, but now we actually got to see quite a bit of the damn game too, and that got me hyped. This looks like it's gonna be really fucking good, man. I am a JRPG fan. I don't play every single one of them or anything. I like. There's certain ones that I love more than others, right?
Be another test to see if you really play JRPGs, man.
Yeah, some of them I buy and they don't click with me. I do like some of the Tales games, but I didn't get into Tales of Arise as much as I got into the last Tales of Berseria or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't even say the name of that game.
I know.
And then the Tales of Vesperia. I like that one. That one's good too. But I have really loved a game on 360 called Enchanted Arms. That was great. I love some Final Fantasy games. Don't like some Final Fantasy games, right? Like, I'm kind of all over the place with them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This one looks like I'm going to like it. So I cross my fingers. It's got a little bit of a Dragon Quest vibe to it.
Yes, absolutely.
I took
It's got that anime style.
I took a little bit of it reminded me of Dragon Quest. It almost looked like a mix between Dragon Quest 11 and Tales of the Tales series, a little bit, just in a way of a mix of those kind of games.
Much more cutesy enemies though, but that wolf pup, whatever that wolf pup thing is, bro, that's dope.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Right? Bro, that's gonna be the next big thing that people cling on to. There's always characters that they cling on to.
There is, I don't remember which one, if it was Trials or Secret of Mana. I did get a Mana game on the PS4.
Okay.
When it came out, I don't know because I wasn't always super familiar with the Mana series, but I remember everybody making a big deal about this one when it came out.
Secret of Mana is fantastic.
And you kind of started in like some caves in the mountains or something like that, and I think it was like a prison maybe. I don't remember.
Pretty sure that's Secret. Yeah, that should be the Secret. Yeah.
But yeah, I played quite a bit of that one. I was digging it. For some reason, I stopped and never picked it back up. But I was digging that game, and so I have high hopes for this one.
Yeah.
I don't remember which one it is. Sorry, but
I can't remember. It's been too long.
Yeah, it was like a lot of like red caves and like red mountains and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it almost looked like fucking the Grand Canyon where you're at.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember what it is. Tales of Symphonia is freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Too,
Anyway, so I have a little bit of experience with Mana.
Yeah.
But this one looks even more interesting and up my alley than that. So, I'm looking forward to it. Psycho says it was Trials of Mana.
Trials of Mana.
Okay. Right on. Yeah. So yeah, I'm super into it. Love what I saw. I love the combat.
Yes.
Looks awesome.
Yes, it does.
Looked absolutely awesome. There's a lot of variety there, which is what I loved. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, bro.
Awesome, man. Love it. Louis Jose asks a quick question, Pong, that jacket or Todd Howard's bomber jacket? Oh God. Well, if it's actually Todd Howard's jacket, then obviously Todd wins out every time. If it's actually his, right? If it's a Todd Warren jacket, then I'm taking Todd's jacket. If I was just talking about style and something I would wear, I'd probably take that black leather jacket. It had a little bit of
Yeah.
Matrix to it, man. It had a little bit of vampire
Yeah,
to
like
it.
Blade.
Yeah, a little bit of Blade. Yeah, exactly. No,
Mhm.
I'm down with that leather jacket. That dude was dope, man. I
Yeah.
did his hair, man. He had the chains out. He had the black on black, man. Yeah, I was like, this dude's cool as shit. So yeah, no, I was but a Todd Warren jacket will top all. I get it. If I could say Todd wore it, I'm in. So
Yeah.
Talos, I see you hopped out of here. You're probably already gone, but see you later, brother. If you're still in here. Um, well, yeah. So, oh yeah, no, I think Visions of Mana's got a big chance. Great to see the Mana series. I would love to see it resurrected in a meaningful way, where they get consistent with it again. It's got a great story. Their stories are, they've still got, they still got obviously elements of something bad's happening, but they're very nature oriented and they're usually a brighter kind of story to them than the
Yeah.
Final Fantasies are. I love that, and I love that about JRPGs.
Mhm.
So I can't wait. And I heard you guys speculating too that this announcement could mean that it's coming to Game Pass. I am probably 60-40 that it does come to Game
Yeah,
Pass.
like that's what somebody mentioned that
Yep.
Tom Warren said that. At first
Yeah.
I was thinking like, well, why wouldn't they just say it here? But then I was thinking about it and being like,
Sure.
they probably
Yeah.
don't want to sabotage some of their pre-orders and stuff like that, being at Square. And maybe it was a
Yep.
thing where part of the deal that the Xbox isn't allowed to market it for Game Pass till a certain amount
Right.
of time before release or something. It was very
Yep.
possible. But yeah, I wouldn't be
And that was
surprised,
summer,
honestly.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Summer
summer.
2024.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be. What the surprising thing is, would it for me is it being at the show but not in Game Pass, right? But if it's not, then it's just about them promoting their relationship with Square and this game that is coming to Xbox that has marketing rights, and they're trying to really drive that home, right?
Yes.
And so it's interesting either way, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Yep.
So, other than the
Neither
fact
me.
that it was at the Dev
I'm
Direct, like without,
correct.
so it's interesting.
It indicates that there, and again, Mana isn't the series it once was back in the Super
Yeah,
Nintendo days
I
too,
think this
right?
game has a
So it's
chance
a
to
great way.
bring
It
this
does.
series up.
It does for sure.
Maybe
It looks like
maybe Mana
go ahead.
could be like become like a synonymous
This
Xbox thing.
with Xbox, yeah.
It'd
Doesn't
be interesting, right? If they
yeah,
could make that happen.
they certainly could. And again, this relationship, who knows? Again, we might find out that Square is acquired, coming up. And that's why they were at the Dev Direct. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, I think it definitely could, Mav. I think when those games start, if you get a game like this that shows up on Game Pass and it's kind of an initial offer. Yes, I know Man is an older series, obviously. But what I'm saying is kind of a rebirth or
It
reboot
would
of the
take a
Mana
Game
series.
Pass deal to make that
Yeah,
happen, I think.
correct. Absolutely. Excuse me. All right. Great talk on that. Where do we go? I think, Mav, your favorite show of the game was still Avowed, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay, all right. So we'll save that for last then. So let's go to the other one though, that
Oh,
obviously is probably 1B at this point now. This is the one that obviously we're talking Indiana Jones, Machine Games. God, that dust in my
it's
throat.
crazy that like
Yeah,
first off we're like we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in
yeah,
the show and we're
yeah.
just now talking about Indiana
Talking about
Jones.
Indiana Jones, right? I know.
It's
This
nuts.
is our shows now,
Yeah,
bro.
it
This is what we
is.
do. And
It's
this is
all
what
right.
we knew this was going to be a big one. 100th episode, Dev
Yeah.
Direct, same day. We knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
And again, because the show was so damn good, there's a lot to talk about. And both you and I are so excited for this stuff. Indiana Jones was the one that I think, had me the most curious, and I think most people would agree, just because we didn't know how they were going to pull off Indiana Jones. What was Machine Games going to do? What was Indiana Jones going to look like? All of that. We had those conversations. They were guessing, speculating, like, what do we want out of an Indiana Jones? And we finally got actually a lot more answers than I thought we were going to today. This was actually a bigger look at it than I thought. I thought we were going to get kind of a quick sizzle reel. And it kind of was that, but it was a lot more than I expected. And let's start here. First of all, you already know it's a big deal, and you already know it's a win in my book when Todd's face shows up on the screen to introduce the game. And of course, Todd was there. As we talked about plenty of times, for people who don't know the history of Indiana Jones and why Bethesda has it and why Machine Games is developing it, Todd's been pitching an Indiana Jones game for a couple decades now to Lucas. It just never worked out timing wise, and it just never. But he's wanted to do an Indiana Jones game because he is an old school Indiana Jones fan. This was another one of his babies that he wanted to make before obviously he gets too old or leaves the industry. And he finally got it. So this is a big deal. So Todd smiling on the screen, showing his excitement that he's got his Indiana Jones baby out, or that it's coming out. It's an automatic W for me. I was like, God damn, look at that guy. Todd's right there, man. God's on the screen. We're good. But then we got into it. Machine Games started talking about it. Math, like probably one of the biggest questions, right? Or one of the biggest questions first for most people was, when this game was announced, first person or third person, right? One of the biggest questions.
Sure.
The second biggest question next. But the first biggest question, I think, on everybody's mind, third person or first person, or a mixture. We all thought, or most of us thought, a mixture, right? That they were going to do a mix. Kind of worked out that way. Kind of. Not to the degree. Not to the degree that I thought it was going to be. I thought it would be a much closer split than it is. But let's start out with this, Mav. First person Indiana Jones for the majority of the game. Now they're going to pan out to third person when you are like climbing things. Cutscenes are going to be third person. So you are going to get to see big moments, like when you walk into a new area, they're going to have you presented in third person. They showed him standing there so you could see him as he was kind of looking into the forest, or this forest area. But first person, I got to say, Mav, and we'll get to the other stuff because there's other stuff to talk about here too. There's a lot to talk about with India, but I got to start here because this is the biggest question. So for you, Mav, when you saw Indiana Jones first person, and they told us before they actually showed us, because they said, I forget how they exactly said it, but they said you are going to be Indiana Jones.
Yeah, and this one you are Indiana Jones, right?
Right, and kind of like there you knew it was gonna be first person. That's what Machine Games is known for. Again, Wolfenstein and their other games have been first person. So that, again, it wasn't unexpected per se, but then I got to see the action, Mav, the first person action with the whip, with the fist, with the guns, right? Looked pretty damn good. Puzzling, Mav, in first person. Mm-hmm. And we're going to talk about the puzzling separate too, because, oh God, I'm so freaking excited right now. Anyways, all of that showing off, I thought it looked pretty damn good, Mav. The whip action especially. I like what they're doing here. What did you think about the first person perspective? There's not a whole lot to say about the third person. We got some shots of it. It looked like a third person Indiana Jones. That's what it is. It's a third person Indiana Jones. Looked great. But the first person is really where it's going to be at. What did you think about what you saw from the action sequences they showed in first person and the puzzling?
Yeah. So, man, I was always trying to wrap my head around it, like about this game. And we speculated a lot about what it could be, or like, and we talked about maybe like there being a lot of set pieces and them doing transferring between those at those times and all that kind of stuff. But this, like, I honestly, I know that their track record, for doing first person, that goes back to even when they were that some of the founders and stuff had started Starbreeze and they did those games. So like they have a track record that goes very, very far with doing games in first person. So it was like, is this going to be them doing something different? And if they do, like, how is that going to be? How's it going to translate? Or like, if it's first, because I originally, you see it, you hear about it, I'm kind of like, well, I think it's going to be best if it's third person, right? But like, I'm open to first person, but I need to see it, like, because I can't wrap my head around it. You know what I mean? But when they revealed the game, we saw it.
Yeah.
And I was able to instantly wrap my head around it because it looked pretty fucking awesome. And I was like, okay. I didn't expect to see a first person Indiana Jones game where you're like whipping a whip and stuff and, all that. And then like, it actually looks like it makes sense. But the gameplay that we saw in first person looked like it made fucking sense. And I was like, looks really immersive and engaging. Like,
Correct.
I got even, I think, a little bit more excited because it's so different than the other adventure games that are out there when I
Right.
saw how they're doing it.
Oh
Right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
I saw how they're doing it. I'm like, okay, that's super different than the other adventure type games that are out there. Like, I don't know, honestly, if when I play Indiana Jones, like, if I will have ever played a game like it before.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Like, I think this game is going to be different than any other game we've ever played. Like, with being in first person,
Yep.
using a whip,
Correct.
using it for traversal, also that's switching into third when you do some of that
Yes.
stuff, but
Yes.
then you're doing puzzles in first person. Then you have this grand story that's taking you, that you're going through. All like just overall, like this isn't a run and gun shooter, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's doing all the things we hoped they would do with Indiana Jones. We had this discussion,
Correct.
like
Correct.
we said the story was the most important thing, like that don't make Indiana Jones some guy running around with like an AK-47 just like
Nope.
just blowing shit up, right? Like
Nope.
we don't want that. We want to do the things that Indiana Jones does, right? Like we
Correct.
want to solving puzzles. We want to be like trying to like hunt for these relics and
Mhm.
stuff. We want to be chased. We want to have to get out of situations. We said we want to have fist fights. Right? We
Yes.
said we don't want to be using their guns as much as we want to have to make a punch and try and get out of the situation. We want to be trying to get out of these situations and be trapped in different situations that are hairy and trying to figure out how the hell do we get out of this stuff. And that's Indiana Jones to me, man. And that is what they captured entirely with
In
this
first person.
in
In
first
first person.
person. And I'm like,
Yep.
how? But it worked, and I'm super excited for it, man. Like I gotta it's like Avowed's still my most anticipated
Yes.
first person or first party game this year for Xbox, but like this is like right up there, bro.
Yeah.
This is right up there, and it is 2024.
Yes. It
Our-
is 2024.
I've
That
seen
was
a
part
lot
this.
of people out there already being like, will it be delayed to 2025?
No.
Like, there's no
From
reason
what
to
we
think
saw,
that
it
right
looked
now
good.
at all. Like, I would say more or less the reasoning why not having like a fall or a window is
Yeah.
maybe they don't know if it's going to hit summer or fall or winter.
Right.
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 Like,
Most likely. Yes.
they don't know exactly where they're going to place it yet based on maybe some other games that haven't had release dates announced yet. Plus,
Mhm.
also potentially, they don't know if what they're going to meet as far as like exactly what season or something. So that 2024 means later this year. Like,
Yep, and then it was fine. Again, I would love to see dates, but again, I understand what they're doing here. Like you said, there's probably
yeah,
some movement there depending on where they're at, where they want to be at. It looked great from what I saw. Again, the first person looks
yeah,
really good.
it looked like it was done,
Um,
bro. Like,
yeah,
it,
yeah,
it was pure gameplay sequences. I'm like, that looks finished. Like the
yeah.
cutscenes that we saw a lot.
We saw a lot. Like I said, more than I thought I was going to see, gameplay wise. I did get a lot out of it. So, all right. So, yeah, for me, for the first person, again, knocked it out of the park. Keeping in line with what indie is. Absolutely. We talked about this when we speculated about it. If you're going to do first person, first of all, this is a courageous move by Machine Games. There's a lot of people who hate this move. I feel you. Okay. I understand why you wanted a third person or at least more third person indie than first person. Steel doesn't like necessarily the first person view at all in a lot of games when it comes
Yeah.
to single player games and that kind of stuff. That's why he's kind of out on this thing. Well, there's more reasons, but that's one of the main reasons. But I get y'all. That's fine. I didn't have a problem with it either way. I said that from the get go. I want to see a mix of it. But now seeing it, the one thing that we all said, if you're going to get courageous, if you're going to go first person with indie, you got to make it indie and you got to make sure the whip is down. And from what I've seen so far, they got the whip down. Like the moves that they showed off that you can use with the whip, they nailed it in first person. So I am cool with the first person. That was the biggest question I think on everybody's mind. Second biggest question, Mav, of course, was what does indie look like?
Yeah.
What does indie sound like? Are they doing Harrison Ford? Are they going to make it their
Yeah.
own? I said that I had gotten into the mindset just last week. I had said I was cool if they didn't have him look like Harrison and if he didn't talk like Harrison. I said I was cool with it, that I wasn't going to set expectations, that it absolutely had to be Harrison. I heard you guys talking about this when they first showed up. We got to see what Indy looks like. We got to see what Indy sounds like. And it came out later that everybody's favorite voice actor, Troy Baker, is doing the voice. I'm not the voice actor guy. I don't really care who does the voice acting. I'm not big into it. I know that's a whole thing. There's, that the voice actors are becoming, stars. That's cool. Like they're extremely talented people. They make a lot of games or break a lot of games. So that's fine. I just don't get into the whole celebrityness about voice actors in general and don't get to know them all. But how can you not know Troy Baker? So it comes out that Troy Baker did the voice. Now, Mav, when I first saw Indy, I knew right away when they started out the scene where he's buried in the sand, right?
Yeah.
Back of his head, but they had some of the side pro, just a little bit of side pro. I could tell from the brow. I was sitting at work and I'm like, they're going to try to do Harrison. Yeah. They're going to try. I could just tell from the side profile, the little bit of the side profile. I was like, that's Harrison. I've seen Indiana Jones so much that I know. I was like, they're going for Harrison. Okay. Then we got the view, and was it actual like scanned in realness of Harrison Ford? No.
Right.
It was Machine Games, Wolfenstein, Harrison Ford. And I got to say, for the most part, they fucking nailed it. Like, I heard you guys saying that it was like close, but it was like, there was a weird, I heard you say the
like
no.
A little, right. Yeah. It's just like, it's a Harrison Ford, right. But it's like, but it's not Harrison Ford, but it's Harrison Ford. So I thought it looked great. Don't get me wrong at all.
Yes.
But like, I thought it looked great. But it was like, I was trying to say like, is that somebody else that like they're portraying? Like, I was trying to figure it out because it's just slightly different, but like, yeah, I think you're right. They just fully recreated the face, like based on probably like old pictures or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, but they did it. The animators, if they did that without scanning Harrison, which I believe they did, they just did it the normal way, taking photographs, loading them in, whatever they do, scanning them in. I have to have 3-bit talk us through how they did this, but they did a good job. But the thing that sold me, and I'm talking specifically here, we'll talk about the voice in a minute in Troy Baker, but the thing with his face map that they did pull off was the mannerisms. And that's what got me. The smirk, bro. I heard you mention they have the scar in the right place, but the smirk that he gives in some of those scenes,
that little,
the look in his eye, the little eyebrow movements that he has when he's giving somebody one of those looks. Yo, I was like, okay, I got goosebumps at work. I was full in my nostalgia mode at this point. I'm like, okay. We'll talk about the other stuff that brought me to that point as well, because there's a lot more that went into that. But I'm just saying, when I saw the face, even though it wasn't like a perfect direct Harrison Ford on screen again, it was close enough for me where I was like, all right, I said I didn't care, but now that it is Harrison, I'm cool. The next step to that, Mav, was the voice, right?
Yeah.
I'll let you lead on this one. We didn't find out until afterwards that it was Troy Baker. Everybody confirmed. I know you guys, I think 3-bit called it first. He said that's Troy Baker. Again, I don't pay enough attention to call it out. But then we got the voice. Now, the voice, unlike the face, wasn't as close to Harrison. However, Mav, go ahead. What did you think of Troy and how he did it? And I'll finish what I was going to say. What do you think?
My first thing was like the tone was just slightly off, right? I could tell it wasn't Harrison Ford because the tone was a little different, right? But the mannerisms, like in the voice, like was spot
on. Some of the low,
yeah,
when he gets low and he's talking.
It certain ways, he says certain words and stuff. Man, I gotta say, really fucking impressed. Because that's like an impersonation you're trying to do there. Because like it'd be weird if like he looked like Harrison Ford kind of, but like didn't sound anything like him. You know what I mean? So like they're doing a Harrison Ford version of Indiana Jones, which is like that's who Indiana Jones is. Like, of course, right? So seeing this, right, My thing it was like they were gonna go with a different actor and just have him do the whole thing, right? And I was saying
Yes.
Anthony and Gruber, right?
Yeah,
But
so you
if
guys
they
had that.
if
Yes,
they
yes, yes.
but this would work too if they have
Mhm.
if they have can recreate the face like that and
Yes.
have another voice actor do a good impersonation job like that as well because like I got I also am kind of with you like sometimes I get annoyed at some of the stuff like when I
Right,
watch the Game Awards and I see Troy Baker on
right.
on stage with Jeff Keighley for like fucking 10 minutes talking about some like okay can we
Talking about factions.
yeah can we
Sorry.
It's like, okay, do we need to, or a remaster? I mean, come on, like I just don't need to see him up there talking about all that stuff. Um, seeing this though, like it gives me a little bit of appreciation of his talent, right? In a different
Yeah,
way because it's not a new character, or it's not a voice that's he's playing that's like
yeah.
something that's an original creation, right? Like,
Right, an unknown voice that
yeah,
nobody
like
has any connection to.
this
Yes,
is
yes.
going into like there's a set standard of like what you're trying to achieve here, right?
Right, right.
And I honestly like I could tell it wasn't Harrison Ford immediately because the voice was like the tone was
Yes,
immediately different, but like the way like he was speaking the lines, right?
yes.
With all those
Correct.
things like
The mannerisms were
yeah, the
there as well,
mannerisms and
and the tone.
the little
Yes,
inflections, right? And the
yes,
voice of the way he says things and like the with the little bit of like the sarcasm and stuff, the way it comes across in certain instances, I'm like, he kind of fucking nailed like the way that would have been done by Harrison Ford. You know what I mean? In that scene. You know what I mean? It's like a pretty damn great job, I'd have to say, from what I've seen. And I'm happy with it. I'm super happy with it. I think we're getting kind of the best take on what a young indie could be done today.
yeah,
Um, and that makes me happy, bro. Because like you
yeah,
said, like you got chills. It's like
yeah,
we're gonna be playing this game as like
yeah.
and get to be
Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones and
Childhood dreams.
like yeah, this it's something that's pretty damn special, you know. I
I
this
yeah.
is right up there with me now. Like I got to see more of like how much like the puzzles like they excite me, but also I'm not a huge puzzle fan, so it depends on like the challenge level and all that kind of stuff. So like
Mm,
depends on what's all gonna be there too, you know. But I'm really looking forward to this thing now, man.
bro,
What about you on the voice? So what when
the
you
voice.
I think you
Yeah.
said if it's Troy Baker, you know, you said this before. You said if it's Troy Baker, man, you know,
Oh God.
just fuck me if it's Troy
Yeah.
Baker. I don't remember what you said, but it was
I
something like,
know.
yeah,
Yeah, I was like, oh, what I was gonna say is like you, the minute he started talking, I'm like, okay, they got the look down better than they did the voice.
yeah,
But then as he continued to talk, and
hmm
as some of those moments came up where he did the indie tone and the indie inflections, then I was like, because this was before I knew it was Troy Baker. I'm like,
yeah,
okay, like you, Mav. I was like, oh, oh,
yeah. I didn't know it
oh,
was Troy
this
Baker
is
till
a
after,
big,
also, yeah.
yeah. I'm like, this is a big ask of any actor to impersonate Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones. Like, this is an established, like, this is again, this is this is an icon, bro. This
Yeah.
is like you already have somebody who has done so many movies, right? As this character, and his voice already is very recognizable, even his normal speaking voice. But when he does indie, it's even more so. It's again, it's like doing Han Solo. Harrison brings that to characters, and this is an established character, is an icon. I'm like, all right, whoever is doing this, I gotta say, put some work in,
hmm
and definitely listen to a whole lot of Harrison do Indiana Jones. And really, again, the way he was speaking at the right moments when he would drop his voice and it get a little bit more throaty, when he was talking,
hmm
and the inflections on those moments, like you said, the sarcasm in some of the lines that we did get to see. I was like, all right, whoever did this, I got to give them props. They did a good job here. It's not Harrison, but for playing Harrison as Indy, you did a pretty damn good job. And then I found it was Troy Baker, and I was like, oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. They went out and spent a whole lot of money on Troy Baker. And it's not just Troy. They went and got Tony Todd too, to do one of the bad guys. Like they spent a lot of money, and you could tell the acting sounds like it's going to be really, really dope, which is, again, we're going to get into it right now. We're going to get into it here. Because that's what else really brought this home for me, this whole game. What Machine Games is delivering to us from an Indiana Jones standpoint, actually right now, just from what I've seen, is kind of superseding what I expected. Like I didn't go in with like, okay, this has got to be the best thing ever. Just give me a good Indiana Jones game. To me now, with everything we're going to talk about here on top of what we already have, it's already elevated. I think this could be a great Indiana Jones game. Like this could be kind of a new franchise, hopefully, for Machine Games. So
is this a way to keep the Indiana Jones thing alive and keep it growing and to tell it like,
well, they have years, they have unlimited stories.
Exactly. Right. Like
unlimited.
I mean, until Troy Baker's 90, I guess. Like
So yeah, well, by then AI will be so damn good we'll have Harrison back. Yeah. Anyways, but chats off to Troy. I'll give him a clap. I gotta say, the more I listen to it, the voice caught up to the face, not quite to the level of the face animations, but good enough where I was like, okay, I will play this game and it won't bother me. Right? It won't. It is more than passable. It's actually a good job. It's like being indie.
Here's an example, right? So, I love Splinter Cell. Right?
Yes.
One of my favorite franchises.
Yep. Another.
We always had Michael Ironside, right? Play Sam Fisher, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just such an iconic voice playing that character. And it's like, man, it was so good, right? But when they did the last one, right? Michael Ironside couldn't do it. He had major health issues, all these other things going on. And they brought in a different actor, right? They kind of changed the way Sam looked a little bit too.
Correct.
But it was still later in the timeline. So that didn't make a lot of sense because he looked younger, but wasn't younger. He was actually older still. But man, the actor, like, not saying he's a bad voice actor, whoever played him, right? But he just sounded like a completely different person. You know, it didn't. He sounded like a young guy, right? And he was just, and I just, it was like kind of fucking ruined the game for me in a lot of ways. It was a great game, but it wasn't Sam Fisher, you know, like in any kind of way. It didn't really necessarily look much like him. It looked more like him than it sounded like him, but like nothing was delivered in the same way, any of that kind of stuff. So like the character that we had loved was just everything about the delivery of the voice was just completely different, and that was a core part of that character for me. So this has the same challenge, right?
Correct.
Because if you had the Indiana Jones and it kind of looks like Harrison Ford, maybe slightly different or whatever, or even if it looked different,
right?
If the actor didn't portray the same personality and tendencies or delivery as what Indiana Jones does, it's fucking gonna be ruined. You know, like I just couldn't do it. It was just like bother me the whole way through. Like, this isn't Indiana Jones. I just like, this isn't Indiana Jones. I'm playing some other generic adventure game. This is an Indiana Jones, right?
Yeah, it's a multiverse. Indiana Jones.
This felt
through
and through. Just fucking oozed Indiana Jones, bro. And even with the voice tone slightly different, the delivery, the way he's delivering, and with the face, they did I think an excellent job doing as good as they could possibly do to do that as well. And like just all the way through, like it's not like perfect, but it's really fucking good, and like and then everything around it. Go ahead, you were going to talk about some of the other stuff.
Yeah, I was going to talk about some of the other stuff. So, Well, I don't think there's much to say about the graphics. It looks like Machine Games. It looks like Wolfenstein. It's really good. Their character models have always been really good and well done. I thought the hair on the close-up shot of that first baddie that we meet, I forget his name, when he's talking to Indy in the sand, the hair looked phenomenal. I
Mhm.
think they've updated their engines. But I thought the graphics graphically it looked crisp and clean. Did you have anything to add? I mean, I thought it looked good. Again, are we talking about like groundbreaking graphics here? No, we're talking about Machine Games. We're talking about Wolfenstein. Very good in that art direction. I liked it. I personally liked it. Did you like him?
I
The graphic?
I'm afraid I'm gonna go on a rant if I talk too
Oh,
much.
okay, okay, all right. Oh, okay. Do you want to save it? Do you want to go on a rant?
I don't
You
know.
can go on a rant. I had my rant. I mean, I know you had your kind of rant too, but you can if you want to. It's artistic direction is what you're probably going to get into. Is that what you're going to get into? Because we're going to talk about that with Avowed.
The game looked great, right?
Yeah,
The
the game looked good.
graphics look
Yeah,
great. I noticed immediately the facial expressions. The great game was like,
yeah.
wow, that looks really good. Like, what are we asking for? If the
Mocapped
people
everything.
like
Mocapped everything.
what are people? Because I've seen a lot of this already. Like, oh, the faces in the game looks like from like 360 generations and stuff. I'm like, what the like what? Like, I mean, come on. Like, what are we asking for here in fucking video games?
We're asking for everybody to
It's a,
make the same type of game.
it's a fucking video game. Like,
Yeah.
if people pick and choose what games to be upset about graphics and facial animations, all these different things for. Like, okay, so I was playing I tried to dabble back into Jedi Survivor the other day, right?
Yep.
This didn't bother me when I was playing it, right? But I was like, wow, that character's facial animations and just facial expression, everything is just dead and it's completely ass. Or fucking whatever, just keep playing the game. I'm not gonna sit there and make a tweet about it, fucking like tell everybody, oh, this game sucks ass, it's trash, blah 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 blah. But I remember when Starfield came out, how much was made about the facial animations and expressions and all this kind of stuff. And like, oh, look at this, it's so dated and all this stuff. Like, play Jedi Survivor, that fucking game still looks like ass to me in a lot of ways. However, nobody mentioned in the game reviews all this kind of stuff. Yeah, we see this game, we see Indiana Jones, get great facial animations and expressions. We get great looking textures, great detail, and I still see this. Like, what are we asking for in video games? What do people expect for these video games to say? I don't understand. We reached a fidelity point last generation that was already like, we're already kind of there. There's very little room to go, right? With a fidelity in some aspects in games. Now you have like ray tracing and all these other kind of things we do, but like detail, fidelity, and artistic direction are always going to be slightly different in every game that we play. And a lot of times it's based on what engine they're using, who the developers are, what their core focuses are on the game. Not every game has to be the best fucking looking thing we've ever seen before in our fucking lives, or else it's trash. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand. Where does that mentality come from? The graphics looked fucking great. They really did. I thought the voice was great. I thought the face was great. I thought the graphics was great. I thought the gameplay looked great. If you don't think so, that's fine. But I just really don't understand what people want from these games these days, dude. Like, we don't have fucking all 4090s, right? And whatever the next thing that's going to come out, like 4090 supers or what, and everything. That's not what everybody's fucking gaming on. And they're not pushing the boundaries and blowing our fucking minds with every single fucking game that's out there. Games still have to be video games. Like, they are still made. They're a product that is made from a huge amount of people that takes years of development, and lots of different factors go into potentially seeing something that looks really good. It looks really good. Some things maybe look better than others, and it depends on what kind of game they're making. All these other factors play into it. But we reached a stage last gen that was fidelity-wise, it's pretty damn good, and I'm happy with it. Like, we've been playing cross-gen games this generation, and like the games look fucking great. I've been playing like, if you pick up like an Xbox One or PS4 game and play it on your Series X or PS5, a lot of those games look fucking great. I see a lot of these new games that come out that look fucking great. and I see people complaining about these games that look fucking great. I don't understand. What are you doing? Like, what are you pixel counting every single thing that you see? Are you like looking at everything with a magnifying glass to try and find some kind of speck or flaw? How are you playing these games in this manner to spot such horrible detail that you feel like calling it garbage and 360 era trash? I don't understand. This game looks fantastic. Where is this mentality coming from? Why do people say that these games don't look great? They look better than a lot of the games I've ever played. Like,
Yep.
it's like still, like then we see like Hellblade 2. People don't even see the difference in that and say that it's better than Hellblade 1 and all this kind of. I'm like, what world are people living in these days? Like, what are people seeing? Why is this mentality exist where every new game that we see has to set the new benchmark in graphical detail and fidelity? Otherwise, it's a fail.
Right. Every game should be a $300 million plus budget.
It doesn't.
You know how that's
even the budget is fucking still not going to make a huge difference because it depends on what
know,
kind of
but
game it is.
Engine, and it depends what kind of engine you use. And people just, again, they're so set now, man. They've been brainwashed. They've been brainwashed.
For example, like we see how many years Ninja Theory has been working on Hellblade 2, right?
Right.
And we find out now how long the game is and what it is, and we figure out that, okay, in order to achieve that level of fidelity and graphics, you probably have a more condensed experience that's smaller, where your focus is on that, right? You can tell Ninja Theory's pure core focus is on storytelling and immersion, right? Really putting you in that headspace, right? And really making you forget that you're not like part of this world and all that kind of stuff, because they're going with ultra detail and realism. And that's cool, right? But that not every fucking game can be like that. Like you see Starfield that does, you can go to 1,000 planets, right? It's not going to look like Hellblade. They're going to put that kind of fidelity in Starfield? That's not possible. People have to start realizing and checking these damn expectations that every game is going to blow the fucking roof off the place with graphics and fidelity. These games already look great. What are we at? Let's hope it plays great. And let's hope it doesn't run like ass. Let's hope it's optimized. Let's hope it plays great. And let's hope that it's a good game.
Right.
But like this little detail stuff about like picking apart graphics all the time. God, are we that picky now? The fucking games look great for a long time,
only on certain things. Only on certain things. And again, if that's
Red Dead Redemption 2 came out last generation, and like Rockstar may be the only people that I've ever seen be able to do both.
Sure.
Where they set the benchmark on graphics and also detail and realism in a huge open world. Like they're that studio's next level. That's why they're like just insane, right?
Right.
We all want Rockstar.
Yep.
We all want Rockstar level from every single device. It's just not possible, guys.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So graphically, I was cool with it. That looked great. And again, you feel the same way. It's obviously, that's great. So here's the part that we talked about, Mav. Let's just talk about it as a whole big kind of scenario here. There was more to Indiana Jones than, just first person or third person, or whether or not it looked like Harrison or sounded like Harrison, whatever the case may be. The thing we all talked about is what it would make an Indiana Jones game. We hinted at it a little bit. You talked about it a little bit. It couldn't be a run and gun type game. That's not Indiana Jones, right? He is a main character who gets himself into trouble. He is a adventurer who is in the purest form of adventures, where he's going into places that haven't seen human life in thousands of years, and he's got to figure out old traps and puzzles. He's the ultimate treasure hunter. The atmosphere of constant danger looming over him, not just in the traps and what he's trying to, get out of these places or figure out in the secrets, but also from this ever looming presence of the Nazis, the enemies, whoever the main enemy is. That was the other part too. The side characters,
Yeah.
the characters that he interacts with that are part of the good guys, quote unquote, and then the bad guys. There's always these memorable characters, and some of them aren't even the main characters. Some of them are smaller parts, but they're super memorable. The atmosphere that that gives you when you're playing or when you're watching an Indiana Jones movie, Machine Games needed to be able to pull that off. Right now, we don't have the whole story. We got the story. We got kind of the basis of the story, the Great Circle, obviously, for you guys that don't know, some of the world's most famous monuments. There's this theory, and it's been proven that, you know, some of the big monuments, the pyramids and all that kind of, they all line up and they form a circle. And how in the world through all the ages with all these different cultures did that wind up happening, that they all lined them up that way. So we got the basis of this, but the story overall, from what I gather so far, sounds like an indie story, but you had to get all of that right, Mav, to make this a true Indiana Jones experience. And we've gotten Indiana games before, and actually the one that was originally on Xbox wasn't bad, but they weren't technically, we didn't have the ability to kind of do movie games like this to this degree. We just got one late last year, that a lot of people are loving right now in RoboCop, right? Stayed true to the source, but had the ability now technology-wise to really make it feel like RoboCop. Well, how are you going to make us really feel like Indiana Jones? Well, all that stuff I just talked about was necessary to truly pull this off. The stuff, what I saw today, Mav, you throw in the music. You throw in the big set pieces that we talked about needed to be there. You saw the fisticuffs and the whip and only the gun pulling out if absolutely necessary or in those rare cases. You saw him in trouble in this trailer. All of that was this wave of absolute 1000% nostalgia for the indie that I grew up with as a kid.
Yeah.
The Indiana Jones that I wanted to be. And when you add that to everything that we just previously talked about, I'm saying to you all, I said that I just wanted a good Indiana Jones game finally. This is why I'm saying I believe this could be a great Indiana Jones game with all of the stuff that, all of those individual, but all together in one big puzzle, right? That you got to put together as Machine Games and Todd Howard. And again, that's why I had faith from the beginning in Machine Games with Todd Howard as executive producer, because this was Todd Howard's story. This is the indie that he wanted. And again, I know how much he loves those old movies. I just had a lot of confidence they're going to pull this off, but I didn't know that they would do it to this degree. And we've only seen glimpses right now, man. We've only seen a bit of it, but all of it oozes Indiana Jones. From the smallest little bit to the biggest set piece, it is Indiana Jones. I feel like I am going to be playing Indiana Jones in a brand new adventure. I am going to be Indiana Jones. And then to top it off, for me, I'll let you talk about this, man, because you kind of already mentioned it. For me, the other thing that I said I wanted, give me the puzzles. Give me the puzzles. I want the original. That's what the original Tomb Raiders did, at least the first couple. They stole from Indiana. Well, didn't steal, but they were influenced heavily by Indiana Jones. We know Indiana Jones is the godfather of both Tomb Raider, Lara Croft, and of course Uncharted and Nathan Drake. We know that that is the influence. I wanted those puzzles to solve while I'm treasure hunting. I wanted treasure hunting. This could not just be Indiana Jones against the Nazis without the treasure hunting. They specifically pointed out in this, Mav, that they are going to have those puzzles. Some are going to be simple. Some are going to be a little bit tough on the brain, they said. Yes. Again, I had goosebumps through this whole thing. I was sitting there with a smile on my face at my desk because they are giving what I'm seeing, Mav. Again, we haven't played the game. We haven't had hands on. We don't know any of it. But what I'm seeing here is they're giving me the complete Indiana Jones experience that I've always dreamed of. Since I can't go out and treasure hunt, since, you know, there's no Nazis to really kill nowadays like that. You can't do any of that stuff in real life. This is the closest thing to my childhood dream that I'm getting of Indiana Jones yet. What about Mav? the rest of it, the rest of the, the ingredients that they had to put into this for you, did they cook right now? Or, again, I already know your answer, but did they cook for you? What kind of set it apart for you? And some of that stuff, that extra stuff that we talked about, the acting is phenomenal too. I
Yeah.
already said that once. Really, from what I saw, spot on. What was it for you that kind of really pulled it in for you and said, hey, this is the Indiana Jones, and like you said, moved it up right next to Avowed as your most anticipated of the year? Because that's right where it's for me. It's one
Yeah.
1A and 1B. Avowed's still a little bit ahead, but Indiana Jones definitely is right next to it for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of it honestly was the little clips they would show of like the interaction with enemies and stuff. Like there's humor in there, right? Which is always a part of Indiana Jones, even in those action sequences and scenes where there is fighting and stuff like that going on. They kept some of that, right? The dialogue with the other actors was really good. Like I feel like they've made not just Indiana Jones a great character in this, but they've
Yes.
created new characters in this Indiana Jones franchise now that look like they could stand up in the Indiana Jones lore as great characters,
Yes.
and that's really intriguing to see. I love we got little glimpses of all these different aspects of it, right? The puzzle solving, right?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
I I'm not a huge puzzle fan in games, right? It's not because they're too challenging for me. I just have a very short patience sometimes when I play games, and if I get a little bit frustrated or feel like I just like turn off and I just move on, right? So it depends on how challenging the puzzles are. I have a
Right.
feeling that because they had the lady's voice, I forget the name of the the character, is going to be
Mhm.
kind of like a companion. It seemed like, and she was talking. I
Yes.
have a
Yes.
feeling there's going to be some kind of voice there from one of the other characters that are with you to maybe give you hints or clues when it seems like you may need them, right, to help
Yes.
guide you along. That's potentially a thing. Now, Hellblade also had puzzles, right?
Mhm.
Those were kind of on the right level for me without losing too much frustration and be able to figure that
Okay.
stuff out. Like,
There's
uh,
YouTube nowadays. You do know,
I,
math, right?
I hate doing that. I feel like I'm cheating. I do. I fucking can't stand it. In fact,
Uh,
like, so I would rather ask my wife to look it up
yeah.
and then tell me
Yeah.
a hint
Right.
instead of me seeing what the answer is.
So play the hot cold game like we did about some of the Blade
Yeah,
stuff.
or like give me a hint about like, my like exactly
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I wanna feel like I'm mostly getting it myself still, right? But
Right.
I don't want to hit a roadblock and spend like
Right.
an hour trying to figure something out and just like, okay, I just fucking can't, At that point, if a game's great enough, I will look it up if I have to move on. But
Mm.
I I hate doing that because I feel like I didn't accomplish it. So
Yeah.
and it sometimes puzzles get like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was one that I was really enjoying for a while that had come out on Xbox like 2 years ago, I think, and I was enjoying it, and I hit one of those roadblocks. Like, nope, I'm fucking done with this. I did play The Witness. I played some of that. Scorn is one of those too. Like sometimes these puzzle fucking games, it's like, okay, cool. And then, oh, yeah, go watch. I streamed Scorn. Go watch my first hour of Scorn. Like it
That's
took me
true.
forever to find the first fucking thing because I kept getting lost. Everything looked the same in that place. Excuse me. Anyway, so Indiana Jones, I think they're gonna hit the right level there, though. I think they're not gonna do anything like crazy. And if it's just like it's gonna be puzzles, but I don't. It's not gonna be a puzzle game, right? So it's not just that's
No.
all there
No.
is. So
No.
I feel like breaking it up is good. I can't stand sometimes playing games where it's like puzzle after puzzle after puzzle after puzzle. Um, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's important part to have in an
Sure.
Indiana
Right.
Jones game.
Absolutely. Of
You got to
course.
figure out your way
Every
through. You got to figure out your way
Yes.
around the traps. You know what I mean? You got to figure out the obstacles. You got to have at some point in the game there's got to be snakes crawling on you, or tarantulas, or like
Well, we
huge.
did see the spider. Did you see the spider? There was a
I
spider.
forgot about the spider. Yeah.
They did see a spider when they had one of the door unlocks where they have to reach in,
Oh,
to
okay.
unlock one of the stone, and a spider crawled out on him
Right.
while he was
There's
doing
got to be
that.
like
So,
a
and I
huge
think I did some
like
snakes. Yeah.
millipede or some shit
I hate
crawling on you. Like
Why does
there's
it always have to be
there's got to
snakes?
be snakes in it. There's gonna be,
Yes.
right.
Yes. Oh, they're gonna harken back to all of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
There'll be so many Easter eggs. Oh God.
but like all those little things that they are doing with it just seems so authentic, right?
What'd you
And
think
that's
about
the
the big
most
set
important thing.
pieces? What'd you think about the big set pieces? Because they showed a couple big set pieces in there, like the plane scene where he's jumping
Yeah.
from one plane to the other. Like I just thought that
It looked
I
like I was
was
watching
seeing
an Indiana
stuff.
Jones movie. Yeah.
Yes, yes, it fit. I was like,
Yeah.
yes, this is something I would have definitely expected to see if this was just a movie and it wasn't a game. Like I just think they've got it, Mav. I think
Yeah.
Todd understood completely the directions, right? He understood what he needed to do with this to capture that old Indiana Jones glory. Like I said, this already looks more interesting than the last couple of movies did to me.
Right.
Like this reminds me of the primetime Indiana Jones. Like this is what it's about. I think somebody in the chat said Todd knew how to do Indiana Jones better than Disney does. And I kind of, yeah. From what I'm seeing so far, yes. This might wind up being one of my favorite Indiana Jones adventures of all time. Not just as a game, but as a story.
Mhm.
Oh man. I'm so pumped, dude. I'm so pumped.
Yeah. It's honestly, it is um looks to be way more well executed, and it has gone beyond my expectations of what an Indiana Jones game could be.
Yes.
That's the best way I can put it.
Yep.
Right.
Perfectly said.
Like
Perfectly said. Spartan
yeah.
661 with the $5 $4.99 super chat. That's right. He's giving us a little extra coal for the hype train. That's right. Spartan 661 says, if someone worked on an animated duck commercial, do you think they have the expertise programming on chicken kicking and chickens in the new Fable? Ooh, shots fired at 3-bit. Shots fired. 3-bit. If you're still in there, you better respond to that one. You better respond. Yeah, no, I just I'm in love already with what I've seen of Indiana Jones. Again, any negativity on any of this stuff today, I said my piece on it and what those
Yeah.
people can go do, because man, this is exactly what I wanted. These are the games I wanted to play. Like, and I'm in love. And again, Uncharted 2, one of my goats, one of my top 25 games all time. Somewhere on that list. Great
Uncharted
game.
is
Tomb Raiders are great. Yeah.
Uncharted is my favorite PlayStation franchise,
Yep. But I'm glad they didn't clone it.
Yeah, 100%.
Now that I've seen this, I'm glad they did not clone it. I'm glad that they went their own direction. I'm extremely impressed with what I'm seeing first person. I don't care what anybody else says. I can't wait, man. This is going to be a fun ride, man. So hopefully we get the date at some point, maybe the showcase. Hopefully they lock it down. Because I can't wait to play this game. It's gonna, oh god, it's gonna be so much fun. All right, Mav, let's get to our last and final game here, so we can get everybody out of here too. We've been going 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Crazy goodness. Avowed, Mav, are you and I's most anticipated game leading into this. I said it the other night on a couple of the shows. I thought Avowed had a chance to steal the show. Now, Indy shines so much. I think it's very close. But I said that I think that Obsidian called their shot here. I think Obsidian told Phil that they wanted to have another showing of Avowed at this Dev Direct, because the first showing, we talked about it on the shows last week, that kind of, it might have lost a little bit of its hype in the community, because a lot of people weren't happy with Avowed. So I thought that they were going to come back and give us a better look, and we heard they were going to do a deep dive in some mechanics, but I thought that the game itself would look better. So Obsidian brought Avowed to this Dev Direct. You and I both really hyped about it. And again, I walk away, as far as Xbox first party goes, my most anticipated game this year. Again, Indie's a close second now just because of how well it showed off. But my God, Avowed, man. Give me some of your thoughts on Avowed, some of the things that stood out for you during this showing of Avowed, maybe compared to the previous showing, or maybe just some other things that you noticed this time around? What would you think about the deep dive into some of the gameplay mechanics and what Obsidian is bringing? They talked about the consequences. They showed off
Yeah.
some of the consequences. Give it to me. What was most impressive to you here?
I think with the thing that stood out to me that we didn't see before was kind of the dialogue and the dialogue choices and the consequence aspects of it as well. Like that screams to like what Obsidian does really well and what they kind of wanted to achieve with this game. Um, Everything else is kind of like what I expected it to be, and I super pumped for it. It just looked like more of what I wanted. We only really got the great glimpse of it with that last gameplay trailer.
Mhm.
Um, but seeing this now, it's like, oh fuck yes, I want to play this now. Right now.
Oh, fuck yes.
Oh fuck yes, yeah.
You almost sound
Avowed,
like fancy there a little bit.
avowed, yes. Let's go. Get here now, avowed. Um, like I really want to play it right now. This game looks it like one of those games where all your decisions matter. You're gonna have an effect on the story.
Mm,
You're um have a diverse world, right?
yes. Yes,
Um
the environments, yes.
Voice acting was pretty solid. In there it seemed like the characters had personality,
Mhm.
which was good. As some of it kind of reminded me a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3 with like the with the dialogue sequence when they were talking to the
Yeah.
one
I
guy
think it
who
was the
was
camera perspective, and the characters themselves kinda look like Baldur's Gate 3 characters a little
yeah,
bit.
it was
Yeah.
the way that they were talking and stuff and like I I was looking at it, I'm like, man, this fucking looks great. I can't wait to play it. The gameplay looks fun.
Mhm.
I just Steele pointed out like the enemies were kind of stationary quite a bit and stuff like that. It's a kind of a for me, that's almost like it's a classic like trope almost of this genre because you're playing a fantasy game where you don't have fast moving objects to use. I remember like in Oblivion, especially,
Mhm.
you have your shield, you have your sword, right? And you're kind of like this, right?
Yeah,
And then you
yeah,
have an enemy in front of you and you
yep,
parry, you
right.
swing, you kick. If you got a bow, you kind of line up your shot, and then you let it go. And it seemed like it's going to be more of that style, which honestly, I love in RPGs. I fucking loved it in Western RPGs in the past. I thought it was a blast. I have no issue with that because it's the kind of game that it is, right? And I appreciate these kind of games also as I like fast moving gameplay style games also, right?
Mm,
This is about the skills. This is about the abilities that you're uh leveling up and becoming more powerful to use these things. You're going to be getting probably new abilities and different things you can do, and you see how things interact with each other and all that kind of stuff, which is also another kind of trope for this genre as well with environments and
yep.
um I mean, like, you drop a lamp from the ceiling and it causes the floor to catch on fire because there's oil on the floor. And then you draw the enemies towards you and they all catch on fire. I mean, that kind of thing that we've done in some of these kind of games, right? Like, this is what this is seeming like to me. And I love that shit, dude. I do.
Yep,
I love it.
yep.
I love it. I love it. It's kind of slower pace, right? I appreciate that. I really do. So,
I do too.
I loved what I saw from all of it.
Uh, First of all, let me make this statement here. Whoever did the artwork for the Avowed, I'm talking about the artwork they released
Yeah, the
with
key
the
art stuff.
announcement,
Yeah.
the key art stuff, that skeleton that was kinda made
Hmm.
out of the different environments that we're gonna be in and about. Whoever did that piece there, give them a raise, give them whatever they want. I don't
Yeah.
care. I need a print of that, by the way, framed. I said that on
Yeah.
X already. Everybody is absolutely going freaking nuts over that artwork.
It's
That
amazing.
artwork is absolutely freaking some of the most that is one of the most unique and most original pieces I've seen in a long time. A lot of people in gaming, they've gone to a lot of the movie kind of style posters, look to their titles and that kind of stuff. That right there is an instant classic piece. I
Yeah.
need that framed on my wall. I love that piece. Anyways, As far
Yeah,
as
it
the
was
game goes,
gorgeous, man.
oh,
Absolutely
gorgeous.
insane.
And people are rightfully calling for it to be a animated background for Xbox
Yeah.
2, which it definitely should be. They got to do it. Um, I think Obsidian came out and did what they needed to do. Either you're going to be appreciative of what Obsidian does or you're not. And I'm not talking about the people that we talked about when I went on my rant in the beginning who are just going to trash it because it's not their game. It's okay if you don't like Obsidian style. It's okay if you don't like their art direction. I don't have a problem with any of that stuff whatsoever. This is the Obsidian, and again, I've said from the beginning, I would love to see them do a giant open world game someday on the level of a Skyrim or whatever. I want to see them take that next step at some point. But Obsidian is one of my favorite devs, right next to Bethesda for the character writing that they do, for the world building that they do, for the again choices and consequences that they put into their game, how it affects the game world, for their unique comedy that they put into their games at certain moments. Obsidian is absolutely simply one of the most fantastic developers. Now we've seen that they're talented across the board and can make any kind of game that they want to. The fact that they're going to high fantasy, the fact that they're going to the Pillars universe, and they're putting their spin on it and giving me an open world game, again, not the size necessarily of a Bethesda title, but the fact that they're giving me an open world game that is through and through a Western RPG, I'm all about this. What I saw today, like you said, Mav, was just more of everything. Now, I will say graphically, you saw the improvements in this trailer. There is no
Yeah.
way you look at this trailer and look at the previous trailer and not see the improvements. Now, you and I were in agreement. I liked what I saw out of the first trailer. I didn't have a problem with it. I saw a lot of cool details, saw a lot of little things in there that maybe other people missed. Didn't mind the color palette that they used, all that kind of stuff. But when I saw it first show up and I watched it back at 4K today, it pops off the screen like Obsidian titles are supposed to do. Is it necessarily the dark fantasy game that Pillars universe kind of portrays in the CRPGs that I was hinting at that I thought they might bring in? We might still see some of that, but it's not. It's definitely Obsidian's take through and through. Fine. No problem there whatsoever. They decided to go that route. I'm cool with it. I like Obsidian's direction, art direction that they do. Loved it. And I love the improvements that I saw. The bear today, Mav, I saw that right away when they showed that bear again. Looks so much better than it did in the first scene. As far as the small criticisms go on the AI and the movements, yes, I saw that. I noticed it. But like you, Mav, Western RPGs, big, RPGs, open world RPGs, I don't play for the AI. I don't play for the enemies to be some freaking realistic bunch of enemies. That's not what I play for. I play for the power fantasy. I play for the story. I play for the decisions I'm going to make. The enemies are just in my way to my goals, right? They're just a way to get me experience so I can power up and get my skills up. And when they pulled out the dual wielding wands, so help me God, I was like, oh, let's go. And then on top of that, they said on the fly, you can change up your loadout. And that affects how you're going to play the game and the style that you want to play. If I want to dual wield wands on the whole damn game, I'll dual wield wands. But there are going to be moments when I don't want to. Cool. Awesome. On the fly, change it up, have it there. And they specifically pointed out the choices and consequences. They gave us a little glimpse of some of the stuff we're going to do. Again, Obsidian at their finest. That's what I expect out of an Obsidian game. The writing was well done. Now there was the dumb baby line. I was like, yo, what are we? Okay. All right. Anyway, again, just small little things. I go, who wrote that? Really? Obsidian? But anyways, the rest of it, everything I was seeing there, how they were talking about how you can decide how you want to complete the missions, how you want to go ahead and answer questions or, expose people during that one cutscene where they were talking about Obsidian through and through. This is why I love the Outer Worlds. Their take on sci-fi. Give me this game and give me more of this game, Obsidian. The environments, again, blew me away, especially watching it in 4K. I was like, holy shit, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Avowed remains my most hyped. Again, Indie's a close second now that I've seen Indie in first person. Indie's a very close second because nostalgia is just hitting me left and right here. But Avowed, I can't wait to get my hands on this game and to play it. The combination of spells and then using melee attacks if you want to freeze them. And then, again, these aren't groundbreaking stuff, but this is all the stuff that Obsidian just does.
Yeah.
And they put it all together in one package. And you generally speaking, for me, and I'll only speak for myself, but when I play Obsidian games, there are very few times I go, oh, I wish I could do this, because they've already thought of it and they put it in the damn game. Again, my Outer Worlds gameplay that I've got that I haven't completed yet, I'm going completely bad. I'm turning over the good guy to the bad guy.
Yeah.
It's like I'm going the complete wrong route. Like, that's not the story they want you to take, but they allow me to go do that. That freedom, again, is right up there with Bethesda freedom. Now it's a little bit different, but it's still right up there. And I need this game in my life. I'm sad we don't have a lockdown date for Avowed, but they did say fall, which falls in line with where we thought it was going to be, Mav, right?
Yeah.
I think I heard you say that too. Right in that time zone. So I'm cool with that. But Avowed Obsidian did exactly what they needed to do, and get to see the people behind the scenes again at Obsidian who are making this game. They just are genuinely such happy, passionate people about these types of games, and that's what shows up in the game itself. So seeing them on screen, some of these people I've never seen before from Obsidian, because we've seen some documentaries on Obsidian in the past. So to get to see this team, get a feeling for what they're going for, and how they're trying to make this really a dynamic game when you're playing it, along, with the choices and stuff, allowing you to do the loadouts on the fly, really leaning into that, play how you want to play. Again, more stuff that I love about Western RPGs. So all about Avowed remains my highest hype game. Again, Obsidian knocked it out of that park, and give that damn artist a raise, please, and make that print available to buy, please. I want that hanging on my wall. It is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. But yeah, man, so happy to see Avowed. Really, the cherry on top of this whole show was that showing from Avowed for me today. Can't say enough about this game. I'm excited. If you're not, understand, that's fine. Not your style game. Just don't like Obsidian. Not what you wanted. Cool. Not a problem. But for me, God, I can't wait to get my hands on it, just like you, Mav.
Yeah.
Shit. It's gonna be so much fun, man. It's gonna be so much freaking fun. Oh my God. All right, Mav, before we get everybody out of here, real quick, we'll probably talk about this more on Ultimate tomorrow night. We'll leave this a little bit juicy for topic. Just quick thoughts.
Release
and this
dates?
is not doom and gloom. Obviously, folks, you know that. They didn't promise us anything. And again, I said last year, don't make the promises. And if it winds up not being that's fine. Just don't make the promises, right? Don't make the promises so that when you have to push things, you miss your dates. I don't care. Like, just don't do it. They didn't do that this year.
Yeah.
So really, I don't have big complaints at all. I have questions, and I have, like, okay, well, what are we doing? But Matt, for you, all these games, the one thing we do know is going to be summer or later. We have nothing that we are aware of. And I'm talking about big AAA first party, right? We talked about this the other night. Some people say that if Phil didn't have one per quarter exactly, that it would be him lying again. We had some people in the chat saying that. I said, no, I'm not going to hold. If he gets 4 games out this year, it's 1 per quarter.
Right.
How they come out, whatever. I don't care that he's still on the roadmap. But now that we have these dates, we don't have one big AAA game seemingly until May 21st. We last got a AAA game, which was Forza, right? Which was November what? What was Forza date? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay, November sometimes.
October or early November.
Was it late October or early November? Whatever it was. So 6 months. We'll just say 6 months.
Yeah.
6 months without a big AAA first party game. That's kind of locked in, unless they got some surprise for us, right? Unless they have something under, in the cards up their sleeve that we aren't aware of yet. Mav, what are your initial thoughts about the release dates, not getting specific dates, general dates outside of Hellblade 2? Any cause for concern for you? Are you cool with this? The second half is now freaking loaded, bro. Again, we have plenty to play. We got a lot of third-party stuff coming in the first half here already. But the second half's going to be loaded too, man.
Yeah,
With all these Xbox first-party games, that's a lot in a 6-month period. close to 6-month period. It's May 21st, but they're not going to release anything late December. So we'll say 6-month period. 6-month period, all your big games dropping. 4 big games in 6 months. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this was the one. So when we did our co-stream earlier and we were kind of grading the shows, this was the one thing that was kind of in the back of my brain a little bit, and it's still the thing that's like it's still kind of in the back of my brain. It's not the fact that there's not a big first party game this amount of months and they lied to us or any of that kind of nonsense, because they're not lying here. I think they announced every single one of these games is supposed to be this year, right? As far as we know, if they don't all hit this year, then we can have another different discussion, right? But I think they are, because at this point they're saying dates after their track record in 2022 and all that kind of stuff, and I think they probably got to be pretty confident, and there's no excuse really when you have this many different games, in the pipeline, to have to kind of like not know, or like put dates out there when you're not sure, you know what I mean? So I think they should be confident in all these dates, or all these windows or whatever. Interesting one was we didn't get a window for Indiana Jones, right?
For Indiana.
So
right,
there could be multiple reasons for that. I'm not going to be like everybody else who's putting polls out there on Twitter. Will it be delayed to 2025? I don't necessarily think that's the reason. I think they just may not know 100% where they're putting this game yet. If it's going to be spring, summer, fall, winter, whatever, and it could be between two of those on the date. Like
it could be April.
It could be weeks apart, 2 months apart, or whatever, and it's still like they don't know exactly what to say yet, right? So I think we're waiting for that decision whenever they decide to drop it. I was confident with where it's at after what we saw, right. From the game.
Okay? Yes, absolutely.
So I have confidence that's coming later this year. I won't say 100% because anything can always fucking happen with any of these games, but I think the Xbox would be foolish to put a year even at this point when they have so many different things that they don't need to, right? So I think that's the reasoning why. I think it's this year for sure. And so then Avowed said fall, which, like you said, it kind of fell in line with what we had originally predicted and thought. I thought maybe like earliest September, but I was leaning more potentially October at some point. And then we also got the surprising one for me was fall for Ara.
Yes, right. But that's that again for that genre doesn't matter. That type of game it doesn't.
I agree. It's not going to matter to the grander Xbox fan base or anything like that when that game comes out. So that one saying fall was surprising, right? So you have fall for that one. You had Hellblade for May 21st, which was predicted, and then we don't know yet for Indiana Jones. And we were trying to figure out what is this, like, which game are they going to have for the first part of the year, right? We were discussing this in DMs and talking about it a little bit, and we were trying to figure out, do they just not have anything for the first part of the year that's big? Do they just fill it up with these smaller Game Pass deals and all that kind of stuff? It's fine. Or do they have a surprise game that was going to be earlier? The Visions of Mana is also summer, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So that is going to be at the latest early September, probably, right?
At the latest, it'll probably be somewhere in
I think probably sometime June, July, August, something like that, right? So we have that. There's no mention, obviously, of Towerborn or Flight Sim, so have no fucking clue when those are on the roadmap for. But we do have a roadmap that, as of right now, it looks like May, and then sometime between the months of September to November, is fucking stacked. Stacked.
And that's not including all the third-party shit that's falling in there too. Jesus.
Right. So we got like a stacked period of time here.
Yes.
Between between Ara, Avowed, and then Call of Duty will hit obviously in November. And then it's summer. You have Visions of Mana, which is obviously not first party, but could be Game Pass Day 1. But September 5th also is Stalker 2, right? Yep. So you add all that's like a lot right there. Hellblade 2 May. So they're not necessarily worried about having to, it seems like, have one big one per quarter, right? It seems like they're just have an average. And Phil said this before too. He's like, I know people are going to come at me if we don't have one every 3 months or whatever, but he's like, that's not what we mean or whatever. So like,
Sure.
they are releasing the right amount of games, and they have
Mm.
more than this even, right?
Well,
But
yeah,
I
because we're
was
still missing one big AAA game, right?
right,
We got
so
3 here,
right, unless they
right?
consider flight sim.
I don't think so.
I don't
There's
think so either. And we've
I
been
don't
having
think
this discussion about whether they,
Yeah, I
and I
don't
thought
think so.
maybe it could be the fifth surprise game here, but
Yeah,
that's not it because that's not first party either. So
right.
I agree with you. We're still missing some. Maybe that's something that's revealed in the summer. Either that or they do consider either Ara or Flight Sim
Can't.
that big game because they ain't considering Towerborn that. I don't think.
No, 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 no,
You
no.
know, like
Definitely not. No.
so it'd
There ain't
be
no way.
interesting to see what they would have to say. I don't think
Yeah,
they're considering Call of Duty because they put that down on the money before ABK was acquired, right?
right, right.
Um, and yeah, it's but that was the one thing I'm like I do wish that we had a little bit more clarity than
Mhm,
what we
mhm.
got
Yeah,
on the release dates. We only got one date, right?
yep.
It does make sense now seeing that everything's later in the year. So it makes sense. I wish something was a little sooner, right? Because it's January. It's not a huge long wait till Hellblade 2, but that's also like going to be a shorter game. So we'll play through that and kind of be done with it. Then we'll have another few months to wait before the
Yep.
really busy season, right? So, as far as first party goes, I mean, plenty of stuff to
Right,
play
first
all fucking
oh,
year. I'm not
oh,
worried or concerned about things to play. It's just
no.
I was hoping seeing this show that there would be something that we get to see here that I would get to play sooner than later, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like
Yeah,
everything's a little bit down the road. So that was the only thing that kind of took like just slightly down for me, but not to the point where I'm not upset, I'm not disappointed or anything like that. It is what it
no.
is, and super pumped about all these fucking games, and it's still can't believe we're getting all these games this year. So I'm
I
happy, clam.
right. I just think in a perfect world, you do have something, almost quarterly, right? Like,
Right. I've seen
perfectly
a lot of
quarterly.
criticism on there
Yeah,
about, they failed
yeah,
to meet even a game in the first half. Like, you want to
yes,
talk about platforms and doing that? The
right,
entire year last year for PlayStation until Spider-Man
right,
2 came out.
correct,
That you're
correct,
nothing.
right.
Nothing. Right? But some of these journalists are out there didn't say a damn thing about that. They
Right.
didn't say a
Of course
damn
not. They're
thing
never
about
gonna
that
say.
until they played Spider-Man 2. There's, oh yeah, we
They're
still
not.
got Spider-Man 2. We're super happy about it. Not one fucking one of those games media people said anything all fucking year. I said something on Twitter and then people came at me like crazy because I was like, they have a first party problem this year because they didn't have any games until fucking the end of the year. They had one game, one big
Right.
game, right?
But nobody's gonna say anything.
So
No, no,
like,
no.
is
And
it a
there and again, it's
problem if Xbox has 4 in the second half? No, not really.
no,
Like not with
no, no,
especially with what the competition's doing.
no.
No,
Perfect
it's
world, though, you would want to spread them
yes,
out a little bit more, I think. But I still think, man, I
yeah,
have the back of my head that there's a surprise, right?
right.
And again, a I know how you presented how they should drop the Marcus Phoenix collection and it's perfect or whatever the case may be. How we talked about this, you tease Gear 6, you show off Gear 6, and then all of a sudden you cut to a remake of Mad World, and you just drop the Marcus Phoenix collection. But when did they do a special thing prior to the showcase and drop the Marcus Phoenix collection on us in, say, March, April, right? They could do that. We also, have things like, the update to Fallout 4 and that kind of stuff coming. There's so much. We got to still hear about the Starfield DLC, which was not here. So that's going to be an announcement. Maybe there's another direct sooner than we think, Mav. And they have a shadow drop, of a Marcus Phoenix collection or something like that, which would, we kind of mulled it over. I kind of questioned whether or not that would be a AAA, considered a AAA drop. But obviously, the more we kind of talked about it, I'm more in line with, that would be considered a first party AAA drop.
Mhm.
I think they have a surprise for us, and I think we could see it prior to May. Again,
When would they reveal that though?
that's what I'm saying. Maybe we have another direct prior to the showcase.
So April?
Maybe they have a direct for Starfield DLC, right? Maybe they
Yeah.
have, and they have some other games in there because they could have, they could show off Towerborn at that
Mhm.
one and give us a release date for Towerborn, right? They could do something. Now, yes, technically speaking, you could sit here and say, well, why don't they just hold it till the showcase? Well, they certainly could. I'm just saying they've got enough content now to have a couple of these,
Yeah.
2, 3 of these a year. Maybe we just get one earlier. I don't
What
know.
what if they
Again, I'm
do
just guessing.
like something Activision Blizzard related in
Yeah,
the next
they
few
could do that too.
months, and then
And we get a
drop
Blizzard.
a random other game that's there
We
too?
get the Blizzard. We get the Blizzard survival game.
That would be nuts, dude.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
would you count that as first party now? Like,
Yeah, for sure.
does that count? So yeah, I mean, that's certainly a possibility. I just think that there's a lot of time here between now and May that maybe we get something surprise in there. If we don't, though, if we just take this at face value for what it is, it's not a perfect world. I would like to see something earlier than this. I have plenty to play. Again, no doom and gloom here. They didn't promise us anything, so I'm
Right.
not anywhere near some of the criticism we leveled last year when they were missing, with their promises. I'm not going to do that. I said from the get-go, don't promise me anything, we're good. So no, I'm just saying in the grand scheme of things, I would like to see something early, but I am fine with this. Again, I'm going to have so much to play first half. I'm not even going to notice it, but like you, would have liked to see something big first party show up on Game Pass and be like, oh, good, March, April, I'm playing something new from Xbox. Yes, of course I would have. I think anybody who honestly answers that question would say they would love to see that if you're an Xbox fan. So yes, I would have loved to see that. But overall, I'm cool with this. If they want to stack them all second half, that means we're going to get a AAA game every month and a half.
Yeah.
In the second half. Like, that's ridiculous.
And honestly, we're about to be so overwhelmed here.
Correct. We
like
are with,
I mean, like next week alone, like just Tekken 8, I'm super fucking pumped for, bro. And then what else was dropping the same day as Tekken 8? There was another game that's dropping this. The Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is actually dropping that day.
I forgot about that one. That one's
Yeah.
in there. I'm not even considering that right now because my lineup
It
is what I
just
said.
looks
My
so
forte.
fucking crazy.
And
man.
I've got Homeworld 3 on PC in February as well. I really want to play that day one. This is dumb.
Yeah.
This is dumb.
Yeah,
I can blow my whole
Grand Blue
budget for
Fantasy
that.
Relink, Helldivers 2,
Yep.
Suicide Squad, and Tekken 8. And
that's
I
locked.
kind of want to try that Infinite Wealth game because it has that Animal
I
Crossing
do.
style craziness
It looks
to
so
it.
damn
Like,
cool, man.
like it's so much, man. So much to play.
It's going to be a great 2024.
But we're all going to get hooked on Pal World. That's what's going to happen.
Pal World's coming out. Yes. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We'll ignore everything. We'll throw everything out the window. No, that's not going to happen. This is 2024 shaping up to be massive. Again, we tried to talk about this. It's going to match and maybe even surpass.
And in March, Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2. That's a big game. That ain't a small RPG, folks. The first one, easy 80 to 100 hours in.
Yeah.
Easy. So, and that's not if you play like me. That's if you play normal. If you're like me, that can be an easy 200-hour game.
It's like there's no holiday season anymore for gaming.
No,
it's like
there's not. And we're gonna get Star Wars Outlaws at some point this year, bro. I mean, again, you go down the list. Dumb. Just dumb. Golden Age is here, everybody. Hey, listen, everybody. First of all, shout out to the entire chat.
We do have a couple
nearly
super chats, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, grab those. Grab those. Yeah. If you've got those, grab them.
Night Wolf 3186 with a $5. Appreciate you, Night Wolf. Said, I personally wanted third person, but if you're a fan of Wolfenstein games, I know the first person will operate so well and be fun. Yeah, for sure. They do a great job with the movement. I feel like for first person, it's like kind of a weird specialty of theirs, maybe. Psycho, member for 14 months, bro. Appreciate you, Psycho. Says, Avowed is my game of the year. It looked amazing today. Psycho's looking forward to Avowed more than anything else. Right now, there's a couple of third-party games I'm really pumped for too, but like Avowed might be number one. I got to really think about it because there's too many damn games to process. And really try and make
Dogma 2 and Star Wars Outlaw. Right there. Yeah, for sure.
And we're gonna have more game announcements probably slated for this year.
Oh yeah,
that's happened in the last few years, like from third parties or whatever. There's usually more game announcements for this year.
Yep.
Yeah, for the year
Absolutely.
that we're in. Bold Alpha Wolfpack with the $5. Thanks, Bold Alpha. Says, I like even the side quests have multiple avenues you can take player choice. Seems like it's at the core of the game. To me, that's the heart of the RPG.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Obsidian through and through. Yep.
Absolutely, man. 100%. You get it. All right, that's
That
it. We're
everywhere.
caught up. Yes, sir.
Cool. Awesome. So again, chat, nearly 200 people the entire time here tonight for episode 100. You guys are what makes this channel and all of our shows, whether it's here, whether it's Living Split Screen in the shop, Booms, Double Barrel Game, it doesn't matter. Iron Lords, you guys are what makes this community go. And it's what makes these shows what they are. I always tell you, and I mean this through and through, you guys are as much as a part of the show as we are sitting here as talking heads talking to you all. So I just got to give you nothing but love for being here for all 100 episodes. Some of you have been here from the beginning. Some of you are newer. Wherever you joined us in this journey, thank you so much for making PM and the PM just an absolutely amazing experience every Thursday night that we come here. You guys are really the coal that goes into the furnace and makes this all go on the hype train over on Fun Speculation Network. And that's all seriousness, all love and respect to all of you. Thank you for showing up tonight, showing us love, having great discussions in there along with us, listening to me and Mav bullshit about this Dev Direct that we absolutely love. Mav, by the way, final score, what did you give it?
I gave it an 8.5.
Right, 8.5?
It would have been probably at a 9, except for just the release date thing and
Okay.
not having a little bit more clarity on that, and maybe having to wait a little bit longer than I would have personally wanted to, but it's fine.
It's fair. And it's fair. I didn't take into consideration the release dates. So I gave it a 9. Again, the Hellblade section I would have changed a little bit and maybe gotten a 6 game in here. So I gave it a 9. But again, absolutely through and through. Love this direct. What a perfect day to have episode 100. So thank you all for listening to me and Mav talk about this awesome day. Again, a really exciting day. If you are a fan of Xbox, if you like the games that their studios are making, then obviously not every game's for everybody. I hope you found something you like today out of the game shown. If you didn't, and you're kind of like on Steel, although Steel kind of like Divisions of Mana too, if you like Steel, that's cool too. Plenty more games to come, plenty more content down the road that is going to hit for you. But my God, what an awesome, awesome direct today. Again, Xbox knocking it out of the park. And I think we just had awesome discussions about that for the past nearly 4 hours here. So thank you for joining us. Episode 100 of PM and the PM, Pong and Mav and the PM. We are done. Mav, tell everybody what's going on Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night, and what else you got coming up here, bro. Any more Mav casts? Are we gonna have
I don't know.
Mav rants?
That was the first. That was the first one I've done in a little while.
Long time. Yeah,
there's just so much discourse in the community, and people started talking yesterday about messaging again, and like all this stuff. It's like I just had to talk about some of that, and then go into the Dev Direct kind of hype mode as well, and rightfully so, because this Dev Direct was pretty damn fire. And but other than that, yeah, tomorrow night we have Xbox Ultimate Podcast at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're gonna have lots more discussion. We get everybody else's thoughts about this Dev Direct now that we've had a chance to sit back. I haven't had a chance to sit back and watch it again in 4K, so I need to do that. And really kind of go back in, and after thinking and sitting and marinating a little bit about some of these games and everything. And so that's tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Mondays, we have Fun Speculation Podcast at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll discuss what's PlayStation's roadmap going to look like compared to Xbox's now. Maybe that'll be a little bit of a discussion on FSP, since we got some more clarity on that from Xbox's side, at least. And then Tuesdays we got Fun Pop, and lots of fun discussions there, movies, TV shows, games, and more. So, man, I'm pretty sure on Fun Pop we're gonna be talking a lot about Indiana Jones this week. I have a feeling it's probably gonna be something we can't help, right? But yeah, man, it was a blast. Episode 100 with you, man. It's been a ride, and fun as hell. Thank you for being a part of this channel and everything that we do here, and for leading the way on this show. Chat, you rock. thank you for all the support for not just for this show, but all the shows, but for helping embrace this show specifically with the 100 episodes and keeping it going with all the crazy support and you guys show and do all the time. It means the world to me. It means the world to my wife, Caitlin, and I know it means the world to Pong. But it's pretty damn special what you guys are in the community. Like really, what we could ever dreamed of is having people have like a community kind of focus around what we do. I know you guys all hop around to different shows and all these different podcasts and the grander community or whatever, but I feel like when we're live and just seeing the interaction and engagement we have with our chat here, to me, it's something special. And I really appreciate you guys giving me that feeling. So thank you for being here. Pong, where can
Yes,
everybody
sir.
find you, sir?
Absolutely. And thank you for, again, everything you do behind the scenes and Caitlin does behind the scenes to make this all go, Mav. And what you guys have created here is special. And a big part of that is because of both of you and who you are as human beings. You, again, I've always said since the day I started this, good people do find good people, right?
Yeah.
And that's what it's about here. And we found one hell of a community on all these shows. And that's all due part to you, the energy that you both give off when you do the work to make these shows go and what we all present on screen here. Again, just the energy levels here are just absolutely amazing. So thank you for everything, brother, for these 100 episodes and all the other episodes and all the other shows we've done.
Yeah.
Appreciate you so much, brother.
You
All
too,
love to both you and Caitlin. The one and only, the icon himself, by the way, Hideo Kojima-san, just retweeted Bethesda Japan's tweet about Indiana Jones. So it looks like Hideo is appreciating what Machine
Yeah.
Games is doing as well.
Nice.
He doesn't retweet everything, but he did
Yeah.
retweet that. So, anyways, everybody, you guys know the drill. By now, Pong Soul on the X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on Xbox. Follow me. I will follow you back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I will be back here again, joining the fam for Xbox Ultimate. Obviously, getting different perspectives on what we saw today is going to be awesome. Sleeping on it, thinking about it, rewatching it in 4K, and please, all of you, go rewatch it in 4K. Avowed looks different when you watch it in 4K. Indiana Jones looks different when you watch it in 4K. So please go back and rewatch it if you get a chance. But we're gonna have a lot to talk about tomorrow on Xbox Ultimate and get some different voices in here. It's gonna be fun. And then of course Saturday mornings, living split screen. Myself, my brother from another Steel Rain, back again for another episode. We used to be 3+ hours. We've just gone to 4+ hours for 2024. So 4+ hours, because that's what we generally wind up doing unless one of us has got something going on. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, live, raw, and uncut. And we're going to have some interesting conversations because Steel wasn't all about these games, whereas I am. So we're going to have some, back and forth. We'll probably talk some community stuff as we always do. But you know what you're going to get there. We'll probably get into some other topics too this week because there was some stuff that did pop up that Mav and I didn't get to cover here. So join myself and my brother for Living Split Screen on Saturday morning. Please set those alarms now and be ready for that. And then, of course, Saturday night, the best way to end your Saturday night, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, and we don't know who's joining us yet. I haven't seen any guests yet. Last week, Mav Steel, or was it Mav? Yeah, it was you and Steel last week, wasn't it?
Where? Sorry.
On Shop? Did you show up to Shop last week?
Yeah.
Or am I getting all my? Yeah, that's what I thought.
No,
yeah.
well,
It was you and.
I don't remember. I think it was
Yeah,
me and
it
Steel.
was you and Steel. I know it was Steel for sure. And Fuzzy dropped out, so it was just the four of us at that point because Fuzzy lost his power. There. Yeah.
Right.
So I know I'm terrible too, bro. These weeks meld together.
Blends,
these years meld together. Anyway, so join us for the Shop Podcast over on PTK Blam's channel, 7 p.m. Eastern. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time on Saturday night. And then next week it starts all over again. Tuesdays, you got to join Boom, you got to join Steel, and the rest of the panel on Xbox Factor for all good things greens. They're going to have a big topics next week. Talk a lot about this stuff. Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boomstick is the man. Be there. And then, of course, Thursday, right back here for episode 101. That's right, 101. Next week on PM and the PM with my brother Mav. Listen, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. It truly is. Thank you all for being here tonight on this special episode. Love you all. Get out there, play what you love. Love what you play. And I'm going to talk to y'all real soon. Have a great one.
Peace out,
Matt,
everybody.
kiss out.
Bye.